ואז מה שפה זה הלינק?
לא, לינק הוא למטה. זה למטה.
זה, אוקיי.
אבל אם אתה לא משדר, אז יכול להיות שזה בסדר.
עכשיו אני משדר.
עכשיו אתה משדר?
כן. youtube.com channel USNGD FTB צצה. לא נגעתי בו. לא. כן, אני רואה שיש צופים גם.
אני, לא?
כן.
אז אמרנו שמבחינת השם, הנה. בוא נחליף את זה לשם של הכנס.
זה, the language of evolution and the evolution of language.
זה, כן.
כן. Evolution and the evolution of language. NG. אני לא יכול לראות את כל הלינק. NG VRN לא G YouTube.com channel. כן. היי. יש להם? אני שמתי אתכן מימין, איך שאתן מסתכלות עכשיו, מימין לרמקול. מימין. ימין. אני מסתכלת לבמה. כאילו אני כיוונתי את הספוט לפה. כן, בדיוק. ואז יש לך את ה... לא, בדקתי, לא רוצה. זה הדבר הכי נוח. נראה לי שהיא הכי נוח. כי אם את בצד השני את מסתירה את המסך. כיוונתי, הן מוקרנות כבר, אבל בסיבה לא ברורה אני לא מצליח לעשות יותר זום מזה, אבל כן, אני אנסה לשחק עם זה. בינתיים כן, אני אחבק.
באיזה שעה הם נכנסים?
צריכים להיכנס ב9, 9:15.
תודה רבה.
בכיף.
ואנחנו?
זהו, רואה את הקישור, רואה את הציון.
כן.
כן,
הוא גם שמע?
כן, היה פה אנשים שדיברו, הוא שמע את זה
יופי. האמת שזה די פשוט, זה די קל.
ממש,
זה
כן.
אמור להיות, זה יוטיוב בסוף.
כן, הרבה פעמים מזמינים אותי, אבל תשמע, אני כבר לא יכול גם למחשב, וגם לקחת אחריות על הציבור. אלא אם כן, אני אבוא עם עוד מישהו. קשה ל...
כן, כן.
יש לי קפה, אני מסודר. זה חלק מהעוגיות.
טוב, עכשיו נראה למה המסכים. זום, מה לפאק?
במהלך הזה בטח אור קהל אתה סוגר, נכון? נשאר קור במה.
אני אראה לך, בוא נעשה את הסדר שזה ייראה ככה. מה שאני אעשה זה להשאיר לעשות פוז. וזה קצת שורף מסך, אני אוריד אותו. לדעתי זה פחות או יותר מה שיהיה. האמת שנראה לי אני אעלה לגשר, לשחק קצת עם ה...
מה זה הדבר הזה על המסך? מה זה הנקודה הזאת?
יש איזו זליגה שם מהפנס, אני לא משחק עם זה בגשר.
אתה יודע? אני, אז ככה, יש לי פעם אחת ככה, פעם אחת אני עולה לצלם מסך.
עכשיו אתה על הפודיום?
לא, עכשיו אני על המסך.
למה אני מקבל? אוקיי.
יש דיליי.
זה הדיליי, כן.
רואה? זה הדיליי. זאת אומרת שגם אלה בשידור, כשהוא מדבר על מסכים ועל הכל, אני עולה על המסכים.
אוקיי.
רגע, אז אם זה ככה, תשאיר לי את השנייה, אני אעשה פה white balance. עכשיו יש לי את הצבע האמיתי.
אני אשאיר לך את זה ככה כמה דקות. רגע, אני עולה
מצוין,
לגשר.
כן.
הוא הדליק אותם למטה, אבל באתי לעשות את הכיוון, יש איזה פנס סורר שסורר לי את המסך בצד ימין של המסך וכאן שם. בוא סנאים כבר עשינו, יכול להחזיק כמה עשרות טון. וואו. יש פנסים חכמים. לא, הם כבר כולם דלוקים, יש פנסים חכמים שיש להם שליטה מלמטה, ויש פנסים דלוקים, וממש מכוון אותו בפה, מראש. יש שם פנס שסורק את המסך. זה תורוסים, תורוסי שטופה, סינה. זה נגיד פרסקס. זה חיות כזה.
לא, זה לא זה.
טוב. כולם מחוברים, הם מעולים, הם משתתפים מכבל, אם זה משתחרר, זה נתפס, כן, כן, זה עוד ימינה.
כן, זה הכי סביר שלכם.
כן, זזנו את זה, זה
עוד.
לאנשים שפה יש חדים לסגור?
כן, אני בכוונה הרמתי כדי שאני לא אהיה שם, למה אתה שרפות לך עיניים שם?
ממש, בן אדם שיעמוד פה זה מאוד... יכול להיות שגם המחשב מחזיק פשוט...
גם המצלח הוא ממש בעיקר, לא רואים את התנאים שלך. אני מכירה שמקובלת.
לא, מקובל לנו.
כן. כן, נכון. אחת.
עדיין עובדים על אותו פורמט שלנו, אבל תוסיפו עליו. כן, סגרתי את העונה. טוב, תתחילים להגיע אנשים. מה בטרי יסודי?
Hey, hey, hey.
החוקים כאן ובקולנוע זה אותו אמא, גלעד, גלעדיה.
יכול להיות שהקווים האלה זה משהו שהוא תביאן אותו על המחשב הזה אני אגיד לך מה, תרצות על PDF ואז יש לך את הקווים
Maybe. Is this a Macintosh then?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good sign. But I don't know if it's the same version as you have Keynote on here.
What's Keynote?
Keynote is instead of PowerPoint.
I don't know.
If not, I would like to use my own.
דותן? דותן? אני לא שומע אתכם, זה בגלל שאתה צריך להגביר או מה?
אם עכשיו אני מדבר, אתה שומע אותי? היי, 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 היי.
כן, אבל כשבן אדם היה מול הזה, זה היה נורא חלש. אבל אתה תוכל להגביר אותי?
כן, כן, אני חושב שהם לא ידברו מפה, אני שם להם
הבנתי.
להציג. גם סקסן קוראים. זה היה בבא.
Wendy's already doing her thing.
אחד שלא כתוב עליו תקון, יש לו שניים.
אני גם מקליט בזסטר.
Wendy, was it good?
גם סיכום סיכום.
זהו? כן. כן, ברמפה, בכניסה הקדמית של האודיטוריום, יש שם איזושהי רמפה כזאת שיש בקצה בלטה שחיברתי אותה שם. שמתי אותה על ה... כן, אם אתה נכנס לאולם סלע מקדימה, יש כזה כמו רמפה ליד המדרגות, יש שם בלטה רופפת ששמתי על.
תביא לי את המפתחות.
אתה פה? אני בא. ביי.
אני אשמור לאור עליהם ביטחון. ואתם איפה?
אנחנו פה. אני אמרת, שמנו. חזק מדי. too strong, right?
רגע, תאורה לא מכוונת שנייה. אני יודע, הרמתי אותך עד המקסימום. אתה בסדר, אתה לא אמור להיראות שם. אותך לא אמורים לראות.
אבל זה במסך זה מצלמים, לא?
יש כאילו צל על צד אחד, ואז לא רואים את הצד אחד. לא יכולה להסתכל על זה.
בוא נחשוב רגע, אני עושה את זה. פחות טוב לנו? פחות טוב? רגע, אני אסדר עוד פנס מלמעלה פשוט. יקיר, מלמעלה. תגיד למתורגמנית שתחזור על השם. תודה. שיגעונות של הרגע האחרון.
מה?
שיגעו אותי על הרגע האחרון.
טיפה כן.
הייתי בכלל.
את המצלמה הזאת, יש לה ציפה שם?
לא.
הרבה את המוניטור, לא?
מסך? מוניטור?
כן, הוא כי...
כן, חביב.
נורא סופי.
אתה רואה אותו עכשיו?
מה?
אתה רואה אותו עכשיו? כן, יהודה, אתם יכולים לבוא לדלתות של האולם? לא, דלת למטה. הראשית, יופי, ותהיו איתי בקשר עין מתי לסגור אותה. אני אצטרך שאחד מכם יתמקם איתי פה למעלה, ושניים יהיו למטה. ביי. טוב, כלום, צריך לחבר את זה כמו קצת באיזי ולא... אני צריך לראות שהשליפות פה נכונות.
שיש להם יכולים עליהם?
אתה יכול להגיד לליאור לבוא ותבוא לשניכם רגע לחשבון?
אני אקרא לו, שיבוא לפה.
אתה יכול לחזור חזרה.
מה, איך אני עוזר פה?
טוב, הבאתי את יקי רגע שתבוא אליי, אני צריך להסביר לו מה קורה פה. יהודה. דלת הזאת אתה יכול לסגור, ואתה יכול לשבת כמה. בסדר, אני אגיד לך מה לעשות.
אמרת חיבור עוד מחשב, אנחנו יכולים לחבר עוד מחשב? אני לו שיש לך.
אני כבר מחשב.
אם אני מביא מחשב, אני יכול לחבר אותו לעוד איזשהו אינפוט כדי לשים איזושהי שקופית רקע בין מצגת למצגת?
זה יעשה קבוצות על המסך. יכול להיות, מה יהיה כתוב עליו? זה לא משהו שאמרתי פה, זה חלק עליו. כאילו, אם סתם אמרו להיות, הם מניסיון עבר ולא... לא נראה יפה. יש פה איזה מישהו שתשאר? אבן ציין, רגע.
סליחה.
Hello. Excellent. Welcome to the Weizmann Institute, to this conference on evolution of language and the language of revolution. I'm delighted to have all of you here. It's the first time that we ever do such a conference on language and evolution. We don't do many conferences on evolution at Weizmann, let alone language. This comes from a passion that I have and that I share with my co-chair, with Wendy Sandler from the University of Haifa, and together we have set this program to host here people from language, from evolution, and from related disciplines. So I was delighted to get such a turnout from excellent speakers from around the world. So thank you all for coming. When I looked at the list of participants in the conference, I realized that we are extremely diverse in that respect too, because there are biologists, but there are many other people that rarely come to our campus. As you know or don't know, Weizmann is predominant or only in natural sciences and mathematics, and here we have people from all the disciplines. And it reminded me of the saying that, at heart, every biologist, this modern biologist, is the chemist. And every chemist is a physicist. Every physicist, in a way, is a mathematician. And every mathematician, every philosopher is a biologist. And it seems to me that on top of that, all of us here are linguists. So it's very appropriate to do this conference with this diverse audience. Another purpose of this meeting is to generate another cycle, a bigger one, and that's the cycle that connects, that brings together scientists with people of arts and poetry. So in addition to having a very non-disciplinary, whatever, scientific program, we will also have quite a few arts shows and a lecture by poets too, because it's fun and interesting, B, because I think something that brings, that connects between scientists and artists is interesting and deep and elusive and profound. We'll perhaps explore together what it is. I think that at the heart of it is the willingness to feel comfortable in the unknown. This is, I think, shared between these very different pursuits. So I hope that while the conference you will enjoy and perhaps get some inspiration, deep some inspiration from the artists that will interact with us. So I look forward for a very enjoyable 2 days. Thank you all for coming. And without further ado, I'll ask Rose Sam to share the session.
So I'm very pleased to be here to start us off with the first session. It's very exciting because we have such a diverse and interesting series of talks ahead of us. So I'm very excited to be the first up here to introduce them. I'm just going to say one note to all speakers that we have interpreters with us today. So just a note to please keep that in mind, don't talk too fast, and if there's any videos in your presentations, just be sure not to speak over the videos, allow the video to play and then explain the video afterwards. So I'm very pleased to have our two interpreters here with us today. Okay, so to kick us off, I'm very pleased to welcome our first speaker, Quentin Atkinson. He's a professor of psychology at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. His research draws on lab and field experiments, computer modelling and evolutionary theory to shed light on how and why various aspects of human culture evolve. So today, he'll be talking to us about language, culture and the last major transition in evolution. So let's welcome him to the stage.
Right. Oh, it's working. Thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me here. I'm really looking forward to the next 2 days and of course honoured to be opening today's proceedings. My goal for this talk is to give you a taste of some of the work I've been involved in this area of the links between biological and linguistic evolution. And also where some of this work is heading now. What initially attracted me to this area is the idea that the kinds of tools that evolutionary biologists use to study species evolution could be productively applied to answer questions about the evolution of languages. And this is not a new idea from evolutionary biology's inception. Linguists and biologists have been exchanging theory and methods. Just 2 years after the origin of species was translated into German, August Schleicher published Darwinism tested by the science of language, and it was a language phylogeny from that piece, showing that just as we can trace the evolution of species on a phylogeny, we can also trace the evolution of languages. And it's also worth noting that the exchange of information is likely both ways. I think it's interesting that this manuscript phylogeny by Carl Schleiter in 1827, so a few years before Darwin was touring around on the Beagle, depicts the evolution of manuscripts through time and dated phylogeny. And this is something that Darwin, as a trained theologian, may have been exposed to. It's possible that these ideas were kind of floating around in his head from the field of philology. And Darwin noted what he called curious parallels between biological and linguistic evolution in The Descent of Man. And I'm not going to go through all these now. Many of you will have seen a table like this before, but the kinds of parallels are, for example, you can have discrete units of genetic inheritance, genetic code, morphology, behavior, and discrete units of cultural inheritance. There are similarities in terms of replication, process of mutation, horizontal transmission, and also at the level of species versus languages. You can have processes of diversification, extinction, and so on. So the analogy isn't perfect. The broad parallels of process mean that whether you're interested in explaining the diversity of life or culture, we're often asking similar questions and can use similar methods to answer those questions. Now, when I submitted the title of this talk, I didn't know how long we would have to talk, and maybe the title's a little bit ambitious, but what I did want to just link some of this work to is this idea of major transitions in evolution. It wasn't obvious to me at the outset when I began working in this area, but in recent years I've come to see the work that I and others are doing as more broadly contributing to understanding what Smith and Zathmari called the last major transition in evolution. So they identified these major transitions, shifts in the way that living systems organize themselves, genes, genomes, simple cells, complex cells, single cell, multi-cell, solitary individuals, colonies. And the last transition they identified was from primate societies to human societies, and they thought language played a key role in this. And I think thinking about the kinds of research I'm going to show you now as really a science of understanding this last transition is useful in highlighting the generality of the principles that are being explored. So that shift from small grade 8 lake societies of just a few tens or hundreds of individuals to who are mostly relatives to larger groups, millions of individuals cooperating, coordinating, including with non-canon strangers, is pretty impressive and I think rightly highlighted by Smith and Murray. You might be interested, evolutionary biologists among you, this is the House of Parliament in New Zealand, where I'm from, and another major transition is the shift from to eusociality. Our House of Parliament is called the Beehive, and I think it's not just a metaphor. There's something really meaningful in that. Kempster-Elmy, the philosopher of biology, points out that, or argues that really there's two shifts going on here. There's a shift that was primarily a process of genetic evolution over the last 6 million years from a grade 8 like social system involving dominance hierarchies, perhaps opportunistic cooperation and limited social learning, to sort of hunter-gatherer-forager social system that's more egalitarian, involving obligated cooperation and real reliance on social learning. And we can characterize this as dominance giving way to cooperation and the emergence of norms and conformity. And I do work on sort of psychology that's involved with that shift and how it relates to modern politics, political discourse, actually. But I'm not going to talk about that today. I'm going to talk about what Sterelny argues is the second shift. From these hunter-gatherer groups of perhaps 150 individuals to millions of individuals, large-scale societies. So we've got this massive increase in scale, increasing specialization, emergence of norms and institutions. But this process, over the last 12,000 years or so, was one of cultural evolution. So I'm going to look at three ways that the science of cultural evolution can tell us about this process. And they should be questions that are familiar to evolutionary biologists. The first is whether evolutionary biologists are looking at diversity at any level, questions about origins and adaptive radiations. So we can and do ask this question about cultural diversity, where do particular set of cultures originate, and what are the ecological and cultural drivers of the expansions. This paper by Jared Diamond and Peter Bellwood highlights the links between major agricultural expansions and the concomitant expansion of languages with those. And one region that I focused on is the Indo-European expansion. The origins of the Indo-Europeans have been central to debates about the importance of early agriculture in shaping the landscape, particularly of Eurasia. And while proponents like Colin Renfrew and Peter Bellwood have argued that agriculture was key, the conventional view in historical linguistics has been that the Indo-European languages spread much later with the spread of pastoralism from the steppe. And in 2003, Russell Gray and I set out to test whether computational modelling tools for biology could be brought to bear on this question of how these languages spread. We coded data on cognate word forms in Indo-European languages. Now, cognates are words that share a similar form and meaning due to common ancestry. They're the sort of lexical equivalent of homologous genes. Here's just a toy data set where we have 6 languages down the left there and 4 meanings, all sea, water, and when, and the terms for each meaning in each language, or some rough transcription of them. And the cognates are color-coded, so all in English, Ireland, and German, for example, 2 in French and Italian. And we can represent that as a binary matrix of 1s and 0s, where each column is a cognate set, and each row is a language, and 1s represent the presence of that cognate set and language. So the first What's happened here? This has stopped. There we go. The first two cognate sets are the first two rows there. And what this means is we then end up with a sequence of ones and zeros that can be read off for each language, like a gene sequence. And just like biologists use gene sequences to construct species trees, we can use these binary sequences of cognate absence to construct a language tree. So here's the Indo-European tree we constructed from a much larger data set than the toy one I showed you. And the numbers above the branches here represent the percentage of confidence we have in each grouping. What's nice is that the groupings are consistent with what linguists already know in terms of the major accepted grouping. And along the bottom we have an inferred time scale. Branch lengths are drawn proportional to time in this figure. And going back in time towards the left there. And the age applied by this tree is about 8,500 years, which is in line with the age estimates for an Anatolian farming origin of the family, and doesn't fit with what's called the Kurgan theory, that's the steppe origin spread with pastoralists. But what's kind of interesting is that there is nevertheless this rapid period of expansion for part of the tree at about the time of the steppe expansion. So it's possible the two theories are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Since 2003, this basic strategy has been applied to shed light on an increasing number of cultural radiations, the Austronesian, Semitic languages, Bantu, Mayan, Japonic, Finno-Ugric, Sino-Tibetan. And this work is providing insight into the origins and drivers of cultural radiations. Many linguists found that 2003 finding for the origin of Indo-European hard to swallow, given that it challenged traditional views, and we hadn't tested the spatial component of the model either. It was just the timing. So in 2012, we followed up with new data that included ancient languages and new spatial models borrowed from epidemiologists who were studying virus outbreaks to trace the origin in time and space of the family. And what we found was that both the timing and the location data did fit within the agricultural expansion model. This figure tries to capture the basic result there. So what these methods allow is that we can turn data and model assumptions into a map of the implications of that for human migration in time and space. We published this work years ago now, and I'd be lying if I said that it's ended the 200-year-old debate about the origin of the European, not least because new archaeological and now ancient DNA data needs to be integrated with this. But what it has done is shift the discussion from arguments from authority and potentially cherry-picked examples to debates about what's the best kind of data, looking at what are the best model assumptions for this kind of thing. And I think that's a much healthier state for the science to be in. The Indo-European debate goes on, and it would be another talk for me to look at the latest developments there. Next, I want to talk about another theme in evolutionary biology that involves identifying the factors affecting the rates and broad-scale pattern of evolution, what George Gaylord Simpson called the mode and tempo of evolution. Can we develop a similar understanding of cultural evolution using some of these methods? Language is a useful test case for studying general mechanisms of cultural evolution as well. One way to do this is to map linguistic features onto a language tree. So here's a kind of color-coded version of the Indo-European language tree, and the colors represent different words, different forms of the word for hand, I think it is this one. And you can see that this trait on the tree is a relatively low rate of evolution. There's just two changes further on the tree. If we take another meaning, this one's the meaning sand, there's actually dozens of forms and a much higher rate of evolution. So what we can do is quantify the rates of evolution across a large number of meanings, and we find that we do get this distribution of rates. In fact, there's a 100-fold variation between the fastest and slowest evolving basic vocabulary terms in language. And interestingly, the rates in Indo-European here correlate with rates for the same meanings in other languages like Austronesian and Bantu. And they do so in a predictable way. So we can predict about 50% of the variation in rates of change as a product of the part of speech of a word. So is it a noun, verb, adjective, number, and the frequency of use. So how frequently is it used in everyday speech today? So that suggests that there are these regular patterns that we can identify, and I think the frequency of use one is particularly interesting in terms of links and analogies with biological systems. The overall shape of language phylogenies can also tell us about the mode of cultural speciation. For example, if we draw a phylogeny with a branch length proportional to the amount of change, so there's two phylogenies there, then the total amount of change that occurs in the evolution of any one taxon, any one tip of the tree, is the distance from the root of the tree to that tip. We can call that the path length. And the number of nodes from the root to the tip you have to pass through to get to that tip represents the number of speciation events in the history of that language. So if we plot the number of nodes against the path length, we can describe two possibilities. One is that there's no relationship between nodes and path length. In that case, the amount of change must just be a function of time, just a gradual accumulation of change. But if there's a correlation between the number of nodes and path length, like the left-hand tree there, that suggests that these speciation events, splitting events, are contributing to the amount of overall change. So when we test language trees for this, what we find is that there is this positive relationship between the number of nodes and the amount of overall change. Here we tested it in Bantu, Indo-European, and Austronesian language families, the first three bars there. And it accounts for a substantial amount of the overall change, between 10 and 30%. And that's actually comparable to what we see in species phylogenies of the order of 20 to 30%. Okay. Finally, I want to talk about the emergence of higher levels of organization, which is particularly relevant to major transitions. And the idea of cooperation and specialization. So Smith and Murray, when they're reviewing these major transitions, identify a number of themes, things that tend to occur repeatedly. And what they talk about is smaller entities coming together to form larger entities. That's one of the themes. Also, the smaller entities are often unable to replicate in the absence of the larger entity. And new ways of transmitting information. Also, the smaller entities become differentiated as part of a larger entity. And we can begin to start studying some of these processes in cultural evolution using the language phylogenies. So we can think of this as a process of aggregation, if you like. You can have individuals coming together to form a social group. If there's no leader to that group, we call that an acephalous society. But many societies have a hierarchical structure. There's a leader who lords over the rest of the group. But you can also have increasing levels of hierarchy. So you can have a sort of chiefs over small groups and then a grand chief that unites a number of smaller groups. And you can add other layers to this hierarchy as well. And the question becomes, how do societies move between one level of complexity and another, and what drives that? The Pacific, down from New Zealand, is an ideal natural experiment to test this. There's many enduring islands that provide a series of natural experiments in cultural evolution, different ecologies and social systems. And also we have a well-understood Austronesian language genealogy. We know how all these cultures are related to one another. And so there's been work looking at the sequence of socio-political evolution in the Pacific, so you can map out these different types of social structure in the Pacific and put it onto a phylogeny, and that tells you something about the sequence of evolution. What we find there is that increases in political complexity like that are hard won. They're a step-by-step process, but you can also get collapses relatively easily. So what factors promote that greater complexity? Well, I'm just if I've got time, we'll touch on two of them. One is religion as a social technology, and the other is the intensity of resource extraction. So evolutionary biologists study the co-evolution traits, how one affects the other by looking at them at the same time on a phylogeny. So we don't just want to test whether, say, being in the dark green state is correlated with being in the dark blue state. We want to test whether through time being, say, dark green makes it more or less likely to shift from light blue to dark blue. I won't go through the actual models. So one of the things we looked at here was my PhD student, Joseph Watts, applied these ideas to test this hypothesized link between religion and social complexity. In particular, the idea that shared belief in a powerful moralizing deity could promote higher social complexity and maintain it, known as the supernatural punishment hypothesis. And so we looked then at the co-evolution of these social complexity across the Pacific and beliefs in these moralizing powerful deities. What we found actually was that big powerful deities followed rather than preceded social complexity in the Pacific. But if we look more broadly at the presence of supernatural punishment beliefs in society, so not just big powerful deities, we did find that where you have these supernatural punishment beliefs, you get shifts to higher levels of social complexity. Using a similar approach, my grad student Oliver Sheehan established that agricultural intensification, so shift in intensification of resource use, also co-evolves with social complexity. But here, the causal situation seems to be reciprocal. So more intense resource use produces higher levels of political complexity and social complexity, but you also get the higher social complexity enhancing levels of resource use. I don't have time to go through this case, other than to say that another proposal is that ritual human sacrifice is a functional way of maintaining social stratification in society, and we find support for that as well. So this is all to say that the genealogies of language allow us to test hypotheses about origins of radiation, rates of change, new lineage, diversification, cooperation, specialization of resolving populations as a science of this last major transition. Now this work is going in a number of directions. I just quickly highlight two. One is that we're looking at word trees within language trees, so a slightly more sophisticated model of the process of evolution, just like biologists model gene trees within species trees. Also interesting, this is not a new idea either I discovered. This figure from 1964 in the journal Language shows a linguist talking about basically this idea, although they weren't modeling it formally. And also we're going global with a lot of this stuff, so we're pulling together large global data sets of words and grammatical features of languages, what we call glottobank. The idea is kind of a linguistic equivalent of GenBank, the kind of philosophy, the data repository for linguists, and that this will allow us to test a lot of these same ideas on a global scale. Here's one of the banks within GlottoBank. This is a repository of word lists where we have more than 2,000 concepts across more than 6,000 languages. the 2.6 million data points, the number is actually bigger now. But yeah, as I say, the idea is to be able to test some of these hypotheses on a global scale. So thanks very much for bearing with me, and I just want to acknowledge the grad students and postdocs who worked on this stuff, and my many wonderful collaborators. Thank you. Maybe not. Maybe you can project to the... Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much, Quentin. I have two questions. Firstly, just a curious one, whether you think that acephalus might one day become more civilized, in the sense, just as Tzachi said, about the biologists and the physicists, etc., whether it would be much more civilized to have a society with no head. So acephalus will become the new civilized. But this is unrelated to your argument. My second question is whether or not you believe that horizontal gene transfer in linguistics might weaken some of your generalizations about the origin of species in the case of language. So in other words, it's not tree of life, but rather network of life. And therefore it is very dubious to look at all these trees coming, this is in the European, etc., because we know that there is horizontal gene transfer throughout, including in the original Ursprache. In other words, the original Ursprache was itself a hybrid.
Right, thanks very much for those questions. So the first one, yeah, I think, I mean, what do I think about that? Yeah, I think, so there's just this process of cultural evolution that's been unfolding over the last 12,000 years that's got us this massive increases in scale. But there are all sorts of implications of that, including inequality and hierarchy that you don't see in the smaller scale societies. I don't like to sort of turn it into a value judgment, but I think it's quite possible that as there's all sorts of things that are changing about our social fabric and dynamics now, including digital changes that could very likely change the way we organize ourselves in large-scale societies. Yeah. The question about horizontal transmission, yes, it's a good one. I guess there's a few responses to that. One is that this is of course an empirical question. To what extent is there horizontal transmission, and how much does that interfere with some of the inferences we're making? And we can try and quantify that. I think, do I have slides on that? Yeah, so for example, English is a kind of eclectic fruit salad of a language with all these influences. And you could argue this is not very tree-like. 60% of the English lexicon is borrowings from Romance languages post the Norman conquest. But interestingly, if you look just at basic vocabulary terms, that number falls to about 5 or 6%. So it's even in that quite extreme case, the basic vocabulary doesn't have so much more. So it depends partly what aspects of the language you're talking about, and if you're trying to track the sort of core of the language, I think there is good reason to think that it's relatively coherent lineages. We can quote this 60% figure, but few linguists, I think, would argue that English is anything other than a Germanic language at its core. We can also quantify and study the extent to which a data set includes horizontal transmission. One way of doing that is with these network methods that don't assume a strictly bifurcating tree. So this neighbournet of the Indo-European data that I was presenting to you shows that the splits in the data, so basically sets of parallel lines here represent splits of cognate sets. So some languages have 0, others have 1. And it's a relatively hierarchical structure. And where you don't have hierarchy, where there is a sort of signal of conflicting non-tree-like structure, you can see, for example, the 6% Romance borrowings in English there, and also Vlach and its relationship to Romanian come out as being having a lot of conflicting signals. It makes sense historically that, for example, the relationship between Vlach speakers and Romanian, and the Vlachs are now within Greece. It makes sense that there'd be a lot of horizontal transmission there. So I think we can. That's a good question to be asking, and we can ask it of the data and then test the implications of that. When we look at whether it's affecting our inferences, basically this is a simulation study showing the level of borrowing you simulate and the effect that it has on the tree structure and time depth of the tree. And you need to get very, very high rates of borrowing before you get, before you really disrupt the basic inference of the phylogeny.
Time for just a short question.
Hi. So it's actually a short follow-up on the horizontal transfer question. So we know that in biology, for example, if you look at a tree based on X chromosome and Y chromosome and mitochondrial DNA, then you get slightly different versions of the tree. So in language, I would assume there is a functionality, so different kinds of group words based on the meaning. So do you look at that also?
Yeah, and that's partly, if I understand what you're saying, it's partly what's motivating the thing I just touched on at the end there, that we're interested in modelling word trees within species trees, because you can have different and sometimes conflicting histories for different words, but nevertheless, we think those words are evolving within some real population system in the real world. So, yeah, we're trying to explore questions like that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so on to our second speaker. Okay. Introducing Wendy Sandler. She's a professor of linguistics at the University of Haifa and founding director of the Sign Language Research Lab there. She's interested in comparing the structures of spoken sign languages and studies the emergence of young sign languages as a model of language evolution. Today she'll talk about grammar of the body and language evolution. Bear with us 1 second.
Low bit. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Play. Yes. Thank you very much. First, I want to thank Tzachi Pilpel for generously inviting me to help organize this exciting conference. Tzachi's last name, Pilpel, means pepper. That's one meaning, and I think he's added a great deal of spice and imagination to the content of these proceedings, and I'm grateful to be a part of it. My talk is about the essential ingredients of human language and what sign languages can tell us about those ingredients. Actually, when we think about it, human language is an anomaly of nature. Because humans are the only species that have language, and we have two kinds, spoken speech and sign. Now, I think Susan Golden Meadow will take exception to the example of speech here, where we don't really speak with our hands under our arms, but we'll get to that. But in any case, the speech signal is created by the vocal cords and the vocal apparatus, and it's perceived by auditorily in a way that possibly the auditory system may have co-evolved with the speech system in order to make it possible to perceive language properly. As language, whereas sign language uses the hands. You're all familiar with pictures of the hands when it comes to sign language, but also all the rest of the body, the face, the torso, and so forth. And this is probably the only thing I'll be able to say about the grammar of the body today, because I can't, this is another talk that can explain how each articulator can have a one-to-one correspondence with some kind of linguistic function. So for example, the hands convey words, typically, whereas the upper face conveys intonation and pragmatic information. So this is a very good tool for organizing sign language, this kind of organization. But how different and how similar are these two kinds of language? Well, here are some myths that I hear at parties that people still hold about sign languages. That one, that hearing people invent sign languages for deaf people. It's a myth. Sign languages are translations of spoken language, so people think there's English Sign Language and Hebrew Sign Language. Deaf children have to be taught frontally sign language, and all deaf people use the same sign language. So the facts are quite different. Sign languages arise spontaneously in deaf communities, not from hearing people. Sign languages have their own particular grammatical structures not related to those of the ambient spoken languages. They're acquired when they're exposed from childhood. Sign languages are acquired in much the same way as spoken languages, through exposure and interaction, and also on the same timetable, which is, I think, crucial. And each deaf community has its own sign language. So we'll focus today on the facts and forget about the myths, and we'll ask about them later. Why don't they all use the same language? But anyway, so the scientific community has come to accept that sign languages are natural human languages. So since they're different, but equally natural and share many properties with spoken languages, Quentin mentioned a situation in which you have a natural laboratory. I think that sign languages also provide a natural laboratory for probing the nature of human language capacity and how it evolved. So here are some of the questions that we can address from the point of view of sign language. One, are there universal properties common to all languages? Many people think that there are, but sign languages give us a very good opportunity to test that. How do language properties originate? This is the closest we get to actual evolution. So there's the question of nature, how much is innately hardwired, versus nurture, how much is actually cultural, let's say. And finally, the mind and the body, how do they interact to produce language? With spoken language, the whole production system is completely taken for granted. But as soon as you have sign language, it causes you to ask, what is the function of the body? In what sense is the body mold language? So I'll try to address each of these questions. First, are there universal properties common to all languages? Well, we've been asked not to use jargon. This is all jargon, but linguists will all understand this jargon. Together with Diana Martin, we wrote 510 pages to sort of claim that, yeah, there are a lot of universal properties that are shared between spoken and sign language. You just have to take my word for that. But here I want to mention only two underlying properties, which I think have a lot that can sort of cover the territory for us. One is symbolization. We can symbolize, humans can symbolize objects, actions, and also abstract ideas. So Deakins famously said that we are the symbolic species. And the second characteristic is combinatoriality of meaningful, I'm going to talk only about meaningful language units. So words, phrases, and sentences combine and recombine by other units of the same kind, according to rules, to produce a potentially infinite number of interpretable expressions. It's not obvious a priori that sign languages would have these characteristics. So let me give you just a taste of the research which shows that they do. Oh, incidentally, Other species do not have these characteristics. You can argue with me, but as far as I know, they don't have these characteristics. Okay, symbolization. We can say things, concrete things like cat. We can symbolize ask, which is relatively abstract, interesting character. These are abstract concepts, and we can use symbols to characterize them in spoken language. I'm talking about spoken language now. Combinatoriality, I'm going to give an example, a very simple example of combinatoriality, of creating a larger lexicon by putting two words together to make a new word. It's called compounding. So, for example, train station, this is English, is a kind of station. A linguist's talk is a kind of talk. Law school is a kind of law school. And we can put them together and say law school application form, which is a kind of a form. So the rules are that for English, it's not the same for any language. The last word is what the compound is about. The compound can combine with other compounds indefinitely. So we have a very productive system, even in this very simple way of creating new lexical items. And in the process, we can, to demonstrate that these are really new lexical items, we can see that they change somewhat once they enter our mental lexicon, once they become part of our vocabulary. So pancake presumably came from pan and cake. But we don't really think about a pan and a cake now when we talk about pancake. We don't think about the origin of the meaning. We have a set concept of pancake. And not only that, we pronounce it differently. So if I say pan and cake, I pronounce it that way. But pancake, the N takes on the place of articulation of K, so I say pancake. And so you can see by this kind of transition, it's not really pan and cake anymore. It's a new word. So in sign language, can we do these two things? I'm going to limit myself to this. First of all, yes. We can. These are signs for all of these concepts, concrete and abstract. So sign language certainly can symbolize. And as for combinatoriality of words in sign language, I'll give you an example from Israeli sign language. This is a lexicalized compound, which means it's gotten in. It was created on the fly, presumably at some point, but it's become part of our mental lexicon as a whole word. So if you take think, I'm signing now, and stop in Israeli sign language, you get a compound which means to be taken aback. And it looks like that. And I don't know if you noticed, but if you pay attention to the place of articulation and the number of hands involved, you see assimilation, much in the same way that you saw assimilation in pancake. So the head place of articulation for think is borrowed into the compound, and two-handedness is also borrowed into the compound from the second sign. So you get this. Instead of this, I'm demonstrating now, instead of this, you get this. And it means that one of the meanings is taken aback. So with this and many other methods, Mark Yarnoff is an expert on all the possibilities of word formation. I'm taking a relatively simple one. You get huge, big vocabularies in sign languages, and you can interpret it in university courses, you can teach university courses in sign language, and this is one of the ways in which we can expand the lexicon in sign languages. So sign languages have these key properties, in addition to many others. And these are critical for human language, confirming them as necessary and sufficient properties of human language, and setting human language apart from communication systems of other species. And it results in a great deal of complexity. Let's move on to the next question. How do language properties originate? The nature versus nurture question, really. If there are universals in language, are they innately specified in each human brain? Does culture play an important role, as Quentin argued today? What are the influences of each in the first emergence of language? Well, we can only speculate or do computational models when it comes to spoken language, because all 7,000 or so spoken languages are thousands of years old or descended from old languages. But sign languages can arise any time. And if you're lucky, which we have been, you can catch them in the act of being born and see how they developed from nothing. Of course, these languages are formed in modern communities, but it's still the only empirical evidence we have of how language actually arises. The most pristine case is what is called the village sign language. These are languages that are formed usually in small insular communities where there is some kind of genetic propensity for deafness, and there's intermarriage within the community, and you get a relatively high number of deaf people relative to the rest of the population, and insulated, and so they create their own language. And we have had the great privilege of looking at such a language, Maasai Bedouin Sign Language in the Negev of Israel, with my colleagues Mark Aronoff, the late loved Irit Meir, and Carol Patton. In this language, the first four deaf people were siblings in the same family, born around 75 to 100 years ago. And there are 130 deaf people approximately in a population of 4,000, which is a huge number. Also, there's no stigma against signing, and a lot of people sign to one degree of proficiency or another. So this is the situation that we found ourselves in, and we asked ourselves about 20 years ago now, what would we find? Would we find this? Language begins as a chaotic amalgam, which somehow has to find form, or would we find this, a crystallized structure from the get-go? Well, we came up with our own preconceptions, which were basically that all languages are equally complex, and there's a strong innate component. So I would say that we would have predicted a crystallized, complex language across the community from the start. We did predict that. We did think that way, even if we didn't verbalize it, that was where we were coming from. So we found something very surprising to us. This is one of those first four deaf children in the village. He has passed away since, and we have one very precious videotape of a long narrative of his. His language is very simple, mostly one or two word utterances, and very little structure. But the story that he told was very complex, so that's an issue that needs to be thought about in itself. So he was able to tell a very complex story with very simple linguistic structure. But symbolization existed from the very beginning. So here are just two examples of words that he used which symbolize. Did that play? So horse, which is still used, it's still a lexical item in the community, and here's a word for run. So also played in slow motion, of course. So symbolization occurred right at the beginning, but there was very little structuring among these symbols. However, certain familiar types of complexity emerged eventually, but sporadically and over time. So we conclude that there is a strong cultural component. So again, I'm going back to the combinations of words. We showed people from different generations a bunch of pictures of items, and we asked them to name them or say what they saw. And a lot of people use this compounding strategy, that is, they use lots of words to convey the meaning of what they saw, but there was no system to it, and there was a lot of variation across the community. So here are some examples of different responses we got for calendar. And I'm going to show you the first one there, that first bullet, and how it looks. It's a lot of work to get the point across, but you can see that there's a lot of variation. And it is interesting that in the third generation, he's older second generation, according to our calculations. In the third generation, we were more likely to have only two elements. But the elements vary. It's not the same that every person in the third generation used the same words, but they were more likely to have only two, which is some kind of advancement toward a system, let's say. But there was no system in terms of which was the main word and which was the modifying word, as we saw in the English train station examples. However, we found evidence for the combinatorial instinct, I will call it, with a certain kind of sign which we call size and shape signs, which are added to noun signs to characterize objects. So there are things like wide object, narrow object, flat object. What are these guys? Well, we found that there's a pattern to these. There was no pattern to the usual compounding phenomenon, but there was a pattern to these. So these are two examples. So pen was assigned by this man as right and long object, and remote control as television and flat object. And there were many others. But what we love about this is that there was no conventionalization of which elements people were going to use. However, in 90% of the cases, the size and shape guide was final. there were two elements, and the size and shape guy was final. So I think this is a better result than if they all had the same conventionalized list, because we see that there's the combinatoriality instinct is at play. We know that we add some kind of size and shape thing at the end following this object. So I actually love this result. It reveals a propensity to combine components of a certain kind according to some kind of rule. And interestingly, the new word status, we form new words, is indicated by assimilation here too. So if you notice here, and this was general, the hand that points to the size and shape guy has the same hand shape as the size and shape guy itself. So long thin versus flat. And this kind of automatic assimilation indicates that this is a way of really bringing words into a lexicon. So general conclusions from this is that from the nature point of view, we do have symbolization, seems to be part of our nature. Nurture, the cultural transmission plays a role because things do progress toward more systematicity over the generations. And also, there are combinatorial patterns. The fact that there are combinatorial patterns is a nature impetus, let's say. But the nurture part is that it takes a community to make a language. It takes more than a brain, it takes a community, and it also takes a human body, and that's what we'll move to now. The mind and body, how do they interact to produce language? People talk about mental schemas, theory of mind, and you ask whether the body is trivially involved, or does it determine important aspects of our capacity for language? Again, we need sign language, a natural language and another physical modality to find the answer. So let's look at two, it's my favorite number today, two of the constraints and affordances offered by each physical system. Now, first of all, speech now. So famously, Saussure put his finger on the fact that in speech, the relationship between form and meaning is typically arbitrary. Now, there's a lot more work these days on iconicity in spoken language, and it's real, but it's much more marginal than is the case for sign languages. So book could be book, livre in French, sefer in Hebrew, kitab in Arabic. The relationship between the form, the way the word is pronounced, and its meaning is arbitrary. And the other characteristic that has to do with spoken language is linearity. So even if you're describing two simultaneous events, you have to do it linearly, one after the other, because that's the nature of the system. You can't describe them at the same time. So you have to say, while I looked at the painting, for example, someone walked over beside me. Or I looked at the person as she walked over beside me. In each case, we have two simultaneous events, but we can only express them one after the other because of the nature of the system. Sign language now. Moving to sign language, it's the opposite in both of these regards. So in sign language, there's a lot of iconicity. There's a lot of research now on iconicity and defining it properly and so forth. But there's much more, I think everyone would agree that there's much more iconicity in the words of sign language than there is in the words of spoken language. This iconicity isn't always immediately transparent, but it's there. So these are just some examples. Cat, eat, on the screen, drive, this is all Israeli sign language. So you can see, I hope, the iconicity in these words. It's because of the affordances of the articulators and the type of visual perception that we have that we are able to do it. It would be crazy for sign languages to start with a purely arbitrary system when you have the affordance of iconicity available to you. And what about linearity? Sign language has a lot more simultaneity as opposed to linearity in the expression of sentences and narratives. One reason for this is simply that we have two hands. So two hands enable us to convey information simultaneously. And we'll see an example of this here, the same sentences that I mentioned before. When I looked at a painting, someone walked over beside me. I looked at the person as she walked over beside me, and I asked her, what do you want? I'm going to be showing it at 50% speed, so it would probably look normal to you, but if I showed it at normal speed, it would just go by too quickly. So let's have a look. Sorry. There. That's the whole thing. If you look more closely, you can see that one hand is the person, and the person actually moves, and the other hand is the signer. I looked at her, I looked at the painting, then I looked at her, and I asked, what do you want from me? Basically. So all of this goes by very, very quickly, and sign language can simply take advantage of more simultaneous articulation than spoken language can. So in sign language, it's clear and simple. It's transparent and efficient, sign language, relatively transparent. That's a long story. How can speakers do without these properties? How can they do without simultaneity and iconicity? Well, the answer is that they don't. And many prominent gesture researchers, including Susan Golden Meadow, have argued that iconic simultaneous gestures of the body are an integral part of language. They're not peripheral, they're integral, and the whole burgeoning field of gesture studies is pursuing this possibility. So I want to give you just a short example of this. Some of you still recognize Jerry Seinfeld, I guess. So this is a scene in which Jerry and Elaine are talking. They used to be lovers, and now they're just friends. And they're talking about the living room that they're sitting in and the bedroom. And they're discussing whether it's possible to have both. And I hope it'll play.
Why shouldn't we be able to do that once in a while if we want to? I mean, really, what is the big deal? We go in there, we're there for a while. Okay?
It's almost stupid if we didn't.
It's I mean, if anything happened and we couldn't be friends the way we are now, that would really be bad.
Devastating.
Because this is very good.
And that would be good.
That would be good too. The idea is to combine this and that. But this cannot be disturbed.
We just want to take this and that.
That's language, right? So to sum up, the big answers or beginnings of answers to these questions, are there universal properties common to all languages? There are many similarities between spoken and sign language, which indicates that there are universals, but also that the language capacity is adaptable. Because we obviously evolved to prefer spoken language as a species, and yet when sign language arises, it has many of the same characteristics, and I would say that means that the language capacity is rather plastic. How do language properties originate? Well, I think that we have shown that there's a significant cultural component in the organization of a language system. And mind and body, although some people, such as Chomsky himself, would argue that the body is really secondary, that language sometimes has to do only mainly with thought, and it has to do with the way the brain has evolved and how it's been wired. It seems that the systematic differences are not trivial at all. I tried to show some of them. And that there are differences in structure, important ones, between spoken and sign languages. So to sum up, the spoken word is only half the story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have about 7 minutes for questions. I'm going to come around the microphone, so...
Don't be shy. I left off at a lot of things. Or maybe not.
Very interesting talk. My question is, when they show the signs, do the other ones really understand what they mean?
Good question. Who are the other ones? If they are from the same language community, yes. If they're not from the same language community, not necessarily. So Karen Emery has been showing that iconicity and transparency are not exactly the same thing. And way back in the beginning of sign language studies, Ursula Luggi at the Salk Lab, they demonstrated that people don't necessarily hearing people hearing don't necessarily recognize the meaning of an iconic sign, but if you tell them the meaning, or if you give them a multiple choice, then they will get it. So there is an iconic component, whether it's automatically recognized or not is another story. It's true that signers from different sign language communities can communicate across sign languages much better than the speakers can, and I suspect that part of that has to do with a intuitive, well, let's say, practiced understanding of how you recruit iconicity to make a sign, which we don't really necessarily have because we don't have the practice. So they can figure it out because they know how you do that. Also, the organization of grammar of sign language in space is more similar across sign languages than the actual vocabulary.
Thank you for a very interesting talk. I was wondering about how signers perceive the linearity of spoken language when they learn it as a second language for written. When they read spoken language.
I have no idea. I only can say that acquiring spoken language, there are two parts to it. Acquiring speech, which is one thing, and acquiring reading. And some people acquire reading very well without speech, and other people, for other people, depending on the education system, the two are combined. And I think it's extremely difficult because it's done, and it's extremely difficult because for many reasons. But when a 6-year-old child comes to the first grade, they know everything about their language, pretty much, most of the grammar. And they have to learn simple correspondence rules between phonemes and graphemes. But with signers, if sign language is their first language, it's a much more difficult task. So I guess it's something we just have to be very aware of. But I don't know the answers, the pedagogical answers to that.
Do you think that the symbol language will become more universal because of the modern stuff like telephone computers and so on?
That sign languages will become more universal?
Yeah.
Well, as a linguist, I would say no, but there is something called international sign language that is signs like this. And it's whatever it is, it's used at like academic conferences that are international. And there are sign language interpreters who are very good at this international sign language. But one of them who is especially talented at it, asked me one time in a break, what is international sign language? So it's something that it's sort of an intuitive amalgamation of what people think seems to be relatively general. But I don't think I think that Onno Krasborn is now studying communication across sign languages. He's in the Netherlands. But I don't have a clear answer for that. One thing that is interesting is that deaf people can communicate much better than we can across unrelated spoken languages. Best I can do. But they are different languages. And the more complex the communication, the more difficult it is to actually, they can communicate at a general level, but at a high academic level, let's say, for example, it would probably be much more difficult. I don't think there's a move to make them more, just like spoken language. American Sign Language is kind of becoming very general, just like English is in the spoken language world. So a lot of people will know their language and American Sign Language, but they still see them as separate languages.
So is there an equivalent of a sign language in non-human apes?
No.
Not at all?
We did a study with Katja Liebau looking for compositionality, or combinatoriality, you might say, between gestures and facial expressions in chimpanzees. And it was very, very difficult to find anything concrete. We found certain amount of dissociation between facial expressions and hand gestures, which we found very interesting, and we called it a stepping stone to compositionality. Because you didn't always have the same meaning with the hand gesture and the facial expression, but they didn't necessarily have to occur together, which we think that's an advance in our understanding. But I don't think that, you asked me about the visual part, right? No, I don't think there's anything there. Some people have argued that there's a little bit of combinatoriality in the vocal system. Zuber Müller and other people like that, so it's worth taking a look at that. I'm around.
I'm curious to know if this sign language that we get here is English sign language or Hebrew sign language.
It's neither. It's Israeli sign language.
You said there are.
Yes, but there are, the language has to do with the geographical location of the community and not with the spoken language. So this interpreting is into Israeli Sign Language. Because our deaf participants know Israeli Sign Language best. No? Thank you very much. Pleasure anytime.
Okay, so now we're on to our third speaker of this session. David Gottman is a postdoctoral research fellow at Stanford University. Today he studies how we, human beings, differ from archaic humans by looking at the ancient DNA. Today he'll talk about gene regulatory evolution of the modern human vocal tract.
Hi everybody. I'm going to start by thanking the organizers for giving me this great opportunity to present my work. So I'm going to talk about how the regulation of genes help us study the evolution of our vocal tract. A very common and straightforward approach to study human evolution is to compare our genome to that of our closest relatives, the chimpanzees. However, when we find a genetic difference that separates the two species, it is very hard to say whether it happened recently or when our ancestors still walked on all four. However, the emergence of ancient genomes, genomes of Neanderthals and Denisovans, changed that. Because today we can tease out the changes that happened recently after our ancestors split from Neanderthals and Denisovans.
Is it better? Okay.
Okay.
From those that happened before our ancestors split into different groups. However, when people came and tried to analyze these genomes, they encountered a very big problem. And this is because there are 14,000 fixed differences between us and Neanderthals, or archaic humans in general, but only 42 of them directly change the sequence of the protein that is translated from these genes. For the rest of them, they are found in what is called non-coding regions, and our ability today to understand the biological function of these non-coding changes is extremely limited. This is why, in order to understand the genetic evolution of our species, it is important to look directly at gene regulatory layers, the layers that regulate to what extent genes are active. And one of the key regulator layers of the genome is DNA methylation, which is the addition of a chemical group called methyl to some nucleotides in the genome. When DNA methylation happens in the upstream region of a gene called a promoter, it is usually linked to silencing of that gene. It's a mark of silencing. Modern-day techniques to map methylation along genomes would have been amazing to apply to ancient DNA, but unfortunately ancient DNA is so degraded to begin with, and these methods degrade the DNA even further, that it's just impractical to use modern-day methods to map methylation along ancient genomes. Because of that, we have tried to develop a computational method to reconstruct DNA methylation along genomes. To do that, we use a natural phenomenon in ancient DNA, which is called deamination, which is the loss of a chemical group called amine from some nucleotides. And there's an asymmetry in this process, because when a methylated base loses the amine group, it becomes a T, a different base called a T. Whereas when the same process happens in unmethylated bases, the product is a base called a uracil, a U, and these are not naturally occurring in DNA, and they're removed during library preparation of ancient DNA. So we get this asymmetry between methylated and unmethylated sites.
So how does the method look like? Let's say that these are a few DNA molecules from Neanderthal. Let's say this individual lived 50,000 years ago, and this is the way their DNA looked like before death. So you can see an upstream region that is methylated and a downstream region that is unmethylated. After death, some of deamination starts to take place, and some of the methylated cytosins are replaced with thymines, whereas the unmethylated cytosins are slowly replaced with uracils. And as a result, we get an upstream region that is enriched with T's in C positions, and we have a downstream region that is enriched with U's in C positions. In the next step, library preparation, and these uracils are removed from the sequence, and as a result, we get an upstream region that is enriched with T's in C position, whereas the downstream region has only C's in C positions. The last step is to compute a ratio we call the C to T ratio, the fraction of C's that became T's, and you can see that the methylated region is expected to have a high C to T ratio, whereas the unmethylated region is expected to have a low C to T ratio. So this was the idea, and in order to check it, the first thing we did was to take methylation maps from present-day individuals. We took the entire genome and divided it into bins according to the level of methylation. So this is the x-axis, and on the leftmost part you can see all of the positions that are generally unmethylated in present-day humans, and the rightmost part is all of the positions that tend to be methylated in present-day humans. And for each bin, we computed the C to T ratio in archaic humans. And you can see quite a nice correlation between the two. So the more methylated regions are in present-day humans, the higher the C to T ratio is in archaic humans. But this was true in a general level. And the next step was to see if we can reconstruct DNA methylation in a very local, high-resolution level too. So here you can see an example of a region in the genome with 3 genes. This is a DNA methylation map from a present-day human. The red regions are the ones that are methylated. The green regions are regions that are unmethylated. And if we plot on top of this the C to T ratio in archaic humans, you can see quite a nice correlation. So regions that are unmethylated in present-day humans tend to correlate with dips in the C to T ratio in archaic humans, whereas regions that are methylated in present-day humans tend to correlate with high C to T ratio in the archaic humans. And this was the way 99% of the genome looked like, which makes sense because we are very close and this is what we expected. But obviously the most interesting regions are the ones that are differentially methylated between the species. Here's an example of such a region. You can see that in present-day humans, the entire region is green, unmethylated, whereas in the archaic humans, you can see large regions that are methylated. When this method was first published, there was some media coverage on it, and in one of these articles, you can see my previous 2 PIs. On the left, Iran, in the middle, Iran, and on the right, what seems to be me, according to them. As you can see, I worked really hard on these maps. So in order to identify differentially methylated regions, or DMRs, in a robust way, we reconstructed and generated as many methylation maps as we could from archaic humans, from ancient DNA, and from present-day humans. And today we have 8 reconstructed methylation maps, 55 modern-day methylation maps from present-day individuals, and also we have 5 chimpanzee maps that help us differentiate on which lineage these changes occurred. And we were very strict in identifying DMRs. So only regions where one group of humans clustered completely outside the range of methylation in the other groups was considered a differentially methylated region. Like here, for example, you can see on the y-axis the level of methylation, and the x-axis is the different groups that we have. The blues are present-day humans. You can see that in all present-day humans, this region in the genome is hypermethylated, regardless of the bone type, sex, age, and so on. So this was a method to identify differentially methylated regions, and we found a few hundreds of them along the different lineages of the human tree. But because of time considerations, I'm going to focus on the 900 DMRs that emerged along the lineage leading to modern humans. So our first question was, what do these differentially methylated regions do? What do they affect? Do they affect some organs more than others? What is their function? And this is a very difficult question to ask in genetics, but we tried to do it using a tool called Gene Organizer, which links genes to the organs that they affect. And then it checks statistically whether some organs are overrepresented more than we would expect by chance. So we ran this tool on our list of differentially methylated regions, and this is what we got. This is the heat map, and you can see 3 hotspots. So these are regions that are enriched within evolutionary changes in modern humans. You can see the face that is enriched, that is affected more than we expected, and also the pelvis. And this was interesting because, in fact, these are the 2 most divergent regions anatomically between archaic and modern humans. And here we see it at the genetic level. But much more than the face and the pelvis, the most enriched region was actually the voice box, or the larynx. And this was surprising because there's no fossil record of archaic human larynx. So the only way to study this was through genetics. And we don't see this trend in any of the other lineages. So only in modern humans, we see genes that affect the voice box that are overrepresented and went through a lot of changes. So less than 2% of genes in the genome are known to affect the voice box, the larynx. But we see a long list of genes that became differentially methylated in modern humans. But interestingly, it was not only the number of genes that was overrepresented, but also the extent of changes within these genes. And what do I mean by that? If we take all of the genes in the genome and rank them from the highest, most dense changes in methylation to the ones with the lowest changes in methylation, the least dense changes, and then we mark with red lines genes that are known to affect our voice, we can see that they cluster on top. So genes that affect the voice tend to have the most extensive changes in methylation, in regulation. In fact, although less than 2% of genes in the genome affect the voice, more than half of the most extensive changes happen in genes that affect the voice. This is a crazy enrichment. Another way to look at it is to plot the changes in methylation along the chromosomes. So here you can see the entire chromosome on the x-axis, and then the extent of changes in methylation along it. And you can see hotspots in each of these chromosomes, and all of these hotspots actually occur in genes that affect the voice. And although these genes also affect other organs, still the voice, the face, and the pelvis are, or the voice box, face, and pelvis are the organs that are most affected by these genes. So to summarize this part, we found around 900 DMRs that emerged in modern humans. We see that they tend to occur in genes that affect the vocal tract, face, and pelvis. These are also the most divergent genes. Genes that affect the voice box are the most divergent genes. And this trend is unique to modern humans. Now let's zoom out for a second. A huge question in evolution is why can chimps talk the way we can? Why can they speak the way we can? And a big part of it is obviously the brain. For example, although chimps can learn a few hundreds of words, they can never use grammar, for example, to build sentences. But the brain is not the whole story. The larynx, the voice box, plays a big part too. For example, although chimps and bonobos, the cousin of chimps, can learn a few hundreds of words, they always communicate them through sign language and symbols. They can never pronounce them the way we can. And a lot of people studied and tried to figure out why this happens. And one of the theories is that the anatomy of our vocal tract plays a big part there too. So chimps have a very long horizontal vocal tract. This is the distance between the lips and the back of the throat. And you can see that it's very long, whereas the vertical vocal tract is very short. Whereas in humans, we have what is called the one-to-one configuration of the vocal tract. So our faces became retracted, and the larynx descended, and we have an equal length of the horizontal and vertical vocal tract. And some people claim that this is actually the optimal configuration for a vocal tract to produce the widest range of sounds. Now, it would have been wonderful to study the position of the larynx in archaic humans, but unfortunately, the larynx is made almost entirely out of soft tissues, and cartilage do not survive in the fossil record. And the only remnant we have from the voice box of archaic humans is the hyoid bone, and based on this single bone, it is very hard to say where was the larynx located in archaic humans. But as I said before, genetics might be a new avenue to study this. And I showed you these hotspots of changes in voice-affecting genes, and I'm going to focus on one of these genes called NFIX. This is a key regulator of facial development and the voice box, and we see a lot of changes in this gene. In fact, we see the most changes throughout the genome in this gene that affects the voice box and face. You can see, let's zoom in on one of them. The green regions are the ones that are unmethylated. You can see that the Denisovan, Neanderthal, and chimp show unmethylation in this gene, whereas present-day humans, whether ancient from 45,000 years ago and present-day humans, atomic to modern humans from ancient times, 45,000 years ago, and present-day humans all show hypermethylation in this region. And this is the pattern across all of them. So all archaic humans and chimpanzees are unmethylated, and all 60 modern humans are methylated in this gene. So the parsimonious explanation is probably that NFIX became hypermethylated somewhere along the lineage leading to modern humans. But the question is, what does this hypermethylation do? How does this hypermethylation affect NFIX? So the first thing we did was to take methylation maps and activity maps or expression maps of NFIX across different tissues. And for each tissue, we plotted methylation against expression. And you can see quite a nice correlation between the two. The more methylated NFIX is, the lower the activity of this gene. And if we extrapolate to the Denisovan and the Neanderthal, the green dots, you can see that they are expected to have a much higher activity level of NFIX. And indeed, if we compare the activity level of NFIX in modern humans to mice, we see that in modern humans, NFIX is downregulated compared to mice, which makes sense if NFIX became downregulated in our lineage. So our hypothesis at this point was this. We have modern humans, where NFIX is active to some extent. Then we have archaic humans, where we expect NFIX to be much more active than in modern humans. And on the other end of the spectrum, we have patients with the Marshall-Smith syndrome, where 1 or 2 copies of NFIX are lost. And we expect them to have a lower, we know that they have lower activity level of NFIX. And our hypothesis was that if NFIX shapes some phenotypes, then we would see this gradient of phenotypes going from patients through modern humans to archaic humans. The first thing we did was to check it on the face, and we checked all of the phenotypes that are known to be divergent in these patients. And we saw that for almost all of them, indeed, we see this gradient from patients showing one extreme through healthy humans to archaic humans. This suggested that NFIX might have played a key role in shaping these phenotypes. But this was related to the face. And the next question was, did NFIX do anything to our voice box? And indeed, in patients, NFIX is known to affect the structure and anatomy of the voice box. But to check it experimentally, what we did was to generate mice lacking NFIX. The next thing we did was to analyze their vocal tract anatomy. And here you can see on top the wild-type mice, and on the bottom, mice without NFIX. And perhaps you can see from there the gap that they have between the tongue and the jaw. So their tongue, for some reason, doesn't touch the front of their jaw. And this could be caused by 3 possible reasons. One of them is that their tongue is actually shorter. The other one is that their mandible, their maxilla, the jaw, is longer. And the third option is that the larynx descended, pulling the tongue with it, because the tongue is connected to the larynx, so a descent in the larynx would pull the tongue with it. We checked the 3 options. Their tongues are not different. Their jaws are not different. The only option here is that actually these mice have a lower larynx compared to the wild-type healthy mice. So our conclusions here was that reduced activity of NFIX caused possibly a lower larynx in modern humans, and this is the only gene known today to control laryngeal position. We don't have any other candidates, and this potentially underlied some unique human vocal tract anatomy. And actually, just a few days ago, I got some new results. I was told about some new results where we produced mice with overexpression of NFIX. So they have much higher activity levels of NFIX. And we measured their vocalization, and we actually saw significant differences in their vocalization compared to healthy mice. So to summarize, we use DNA methylation maps to map methylation along the different genomes of modern humans and archaic humans. And we identified around 900 differentially methylated regions that affect around 600 genes. And we saw that the shared function of these genes, the organs that they tend to affect, are the face and the voice box. We identify a downregulated network of genes. I focused on NFIX, but in fact, it's a whole network of genes that affect the face and the vocal tract. And based on the known phenotypes of these genes in diseases, we hypothesized that they might underlie the facial retraction that we see in humans and the structural changes in the voice box. And indeed, if we compare the phenotypes to Neanderthals and modern humans, we see the retraction of the face, and we see that most of the phenotypes that are linked to NFIX actually match the phenotypes that we would expect between archaic humans and modern humans. And when we use knockout mice, we indeed see structural changes to the vocal tract and the voice box. With that, I'd like to thank all of the people that were part of this work, and thank you for listening.
Hello? Okay. I'm going to stay down here because then I can
Sure.
run around. So thank you very much, David. We have roughly 10 minutes for questions.
Thank you for a really stimulating talk.
Thank you.
I have 2 sort of uninformed challenges. One is that some have argued that the descent of the larynx isn't really all that important, like Tecumseh Fitch, and that other species have a descended larynx and they don't speak.
Mm-hmm.
And the other, from another direction, that if you look at the difference between apes and humans, the fact that the oral cavity is longer with apes could be an advantage for producing, say, more vowel sounds.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you answer those challenges?
Yeah, so there's definitely a huge debate whether the voice box in itself, what part it plays in speech, ranging from no part at all to playing a major part. I'm not an anatomist, so I'm not taking stands there. What we do see genetically is that the voice box, the anatomy of the voice box, is affected by genetics. What it does, what it did in speech, did it affect it, is a much bigger question, and I think we need a lot of follow-up studies to identify that. Why was there such an enrichment of changes in the voice box? Probably, I would guess that there's some selection towards it. So even if it didn't affect speech, it could have affected something else that was selected for, because otherwise it's hard to explain so many changes in gene. We don't know, because the only time points that we have are modern-day chimps and present-day humans. So somewhere along the 6 million years that they diverged, but we have no idea. If we had larynges from archaic humans, we could have said that, but we just don't know. Yeah.
Very young chimpanzees have faces that look very much like humans. Do they have a gene expression that those genes that goes along with what you've described? And do they have anatomical changes in their larynx that go along with what you described?
So studying chimps is extremely complicated because obtaining samples from chimps is almost impossible, let alone from infant chimps. So we don't have this data, unfortunately.
Data?
No. Even natural abortions, I mean, you have to catch them on time to get this data, and we don't have it.
Is it possible that maybe this NFIX gene and the facial structures that it affects have any connection to the brain, to any cerebral, neural, psychological phenomenon that will allow us to actually connect the mental processes of language with the physiological processes of the larynx and the tongue that allow us to create language?
Yeah, so NFX plays a role in the brain too, but the maps that we have are from bones, all of them. And DNA methylation is tissue specific. So we can only conclude about changes in the bone. There might be some changes in NFX in the brain too, and actually when there are changes in one tissue, often there are regulatory changes in other tissues too, but we just don't have this data, so we can't actually extrapolate on the brain of archaic humans from this.
Yeah, I actually have a follow-up on that.
Yeah.
So if the if the larynx is mostly made of soft tissue, then how much can you actually infer about its structure from gene expression in bones or methylation in bones?
Yeah, so the closer two tissues are, the more similar their methylation maps are. Cartilage is the closest tissue to bone, and in fact the larynx is the closest tissue to limb bones. So both of them develop from the same mesoderm, subtype of mesoderm. So the closest tissues we have to the larynx are actually the tissues we have from archaic humans, which are fingers and toes. Yeah.
Fascinating talk.
Thank you.
You're speculating that there might have been accelerated evolution for these larynx-associated genes, and I'm wondering, is there any genetic evidence for this? Can you see, if you just look at the genes, at the DNA which you have, whether there's any evidence for this happening?
Yeah, definitely. So some of these changes overlap selective sweeps, where we see accelerated changes in nucleotides. And in some of them, we see enhancers with sequence changes, but to link these sequence changes to the specific changes we see is much harder. So we're trying to focus on specific ones, but I still don't have conclusive evidence of specific sequence changes affecting the regulation we see. But overall, definitely. I mean, DMRs tend to overlap sequence changes much more than you would expect by chance.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll leave any questions to run into the coffee break. Do we have any announcements about when to come back, or is it sticking with the? It's sticking with the time. So go and enjoy yourselves a coffee, and that's 11:30. So 11:30, back in here for session 2.
Yeah, we will check in a second, okay?
It's already here, I can see it.
This is it?
Can we just open so I briefly see? Of course. I can briefly go through the internet. Yeah.
So, we're the next, and we need to fix a slide.
Okay.
So, I don't know if this is this loading or what?
Just a second, he's check his
Oh, he's
presentation.
running through. Okay. I'm
Looking forward to your talk.
You're after me.
That's great.
Okay.
So I think that looks good for me. Thank you very
Good.
much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, just a second, she was before you.
Are you putting yours on? Oh, okay. Then you'll stop? All right.
Do you have it here somewhere? Excuse me. Do you have it
Mine are
present?
right here. Okay, and you want to fix it, this one? Yeah, we just need to fix, we need to go all the way to the end. We just need to fix something in the last 3 or 4 slides.
Okay, go do it.
So,
רוצה לבדוק עם המחשב שלה. מה, עם המחשב שלה? למה? לא יודע למה.
Hi, I'm Val. I'll be sharing.
oh, hi, how are you? We're just like 5 minutes. We just need to fix the last slides. Okay.
You have an HDMI? You have an adapter? Okay. Which speaker
I'm not till tomorrow.
session?
I just want to make sure the
Great.
movies work.
And which one is you?
I'm at the beginning tomorrow.
You're the first one?
I am.
That's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if the movies work, I'll stop obsessing.
That's fine. סבבה, היא מחר והיא הראשונה.
כן, אני יודע
זה
שהיא
לנו.
מחר, אבל... כאילו, אמרתי טוב, אם צריך להיפטר מזה עכשיו, אז אפשר.
Little guy is the right one.
That's the middle one.
So do we want to just say that, like, because these changes take like decades to centuries to actually form like a meaningful relationship, that like this may or may not be statistically significant?
Right. It actually ties in an odd way. It ties back to what we were talking about right at the beginning about Darwin, because what we say at the beginning is because there wasn't enough time depth in natural evolution, they resorted to language. But here's an example where we're trying to do this, but we don't have enough time depth yet to be able to do it. So I think that's okay. Right? Right. Right.
Can I try that?
Yeah. So.
Okay, so is that okay?
Yeah, I think we're fine. So you want to just save it, like the way it is?
I'll just do like tracking over time and then.
Okay. So what we'll do is, so I'll go to there and then you'll present 5 slides, right?
היי.
שומעים אותך?
לא. 1.
בקטנה.
So like 30 seconds per slide?
Shovel.
Not in the winter time.
Yeah, that's a good
shovel in the winter time. Yeah. Yes. Outside? And it's snowing.
Oh, and it's snowing. You got a shovel. Right. Oh, I see. Where's the shovel?
Where is it? It's in the garage.
There it is. Downstairs. Oh, there's the shovel. Oh, dang.
I just wanted to know if the problem is the hiss is from me. Yeah.
It wouldn't, I tried it and I couldn't get it to,
死掉啦！真的啊？死掉哦，真的，鱼刺。他说的是一个大的，不晓得什么鱼。他说他鼻子尖尖的，他死掉了，已经。
Let me try something, because we're going to give you this one.
Okay, we'll try that one.
Do you have battery?
Yeah, it's
The
lights
pointer
up.
works?
Oh, well, that's interesting. Now it went away entirely. The whole thing disappeared.
shovel, shovel.
Wants to press OK. If it starts, you need to press OK here. Now it's fine. Maybe you touch it and then happens.
Shovel, shovel.
In the wintertime,
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
shovel in the
Right.
wintertime. Yeah, yeah.
Outside?
And it's snowing.
Oh, and it's snowing. You got, oh, you got a shovel.
Snowing, yeah.
Right. Oh, I see.
Just remember when it starts, you have OK here, just press it.
And if it doesn't work tomorrow, I'm calling you up.
Ah, you're coming tomorrow as well?
Well, I'm talking tomorrow.
I'm not going to be here
No,
tomorrow.
I'm not. But I also have an AV question.
Uh-oh, all right. Oh, I see. There it is.
Yes. Now continue.
No, it's not. It's just whatever side it wants to. Okay.
So you're set for tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're set for tomorrow. Something you...
You think there's something I did?
Yeah.
What did I do? I think this, yeah, I don't know. I think one of the slides, yeah, this one didn't work, right?
דודי, מה נשמע, דודי? מה נשמע? Then you have to press OK.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's okay. It's just, I want to understand about it.
May I quickly check if this will work for tomorrow? I would rather use my own computer. And it looks like you do have this thing.
Can you see? Mm-hmm. No, it's not this one. Where was it? דותן, איפה המעביר מהפלאש ל-HDMI? הלבן הזה? No, it's not this one. דודי? כן, הטראבל שוט ל-HDMI. הוא...
I have one.
מה זה? דודי? דבר איתי. כן, כן.
I would prefer not to because I've used a Calibri font that you probably don't have installed on that Mac.
Okay.
But I do actually have my own converter to HDMI, but I would like to check it, but it's back in the room.
I don't have one here.
You don't have one here. Okay, fine. Well then, I'll check it tomorrow.
Right?
Yeah, I'll check it tomorrow morning.
Which one?
We have lunch. We have lunch first. We can check it here.
Great.
Or maybe I check it early in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay. But the format is like widescreen.
Yeah, it's widescreen.
It's okay.
Yeah.
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 Because all the other ones so far have not been.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, fine. I just check it tomorrow then.
Okay.
And it's okay to have dual, not near it, but separate displays.
Yeah, I think it will be fine. We can check it in the morning and we'll see if there's any problem. We'll change it in the...
Okay, thanks.
Okay. זהו, אני שנייה עשיתי איפוס לנגן, אז נראה מה הבעיה שלו. לא, הייתי אומר לך, קח את המספר שלה, אבל זה לא יעזור. כן, תגיד לה שאם זה יצוץ, זה יהיה אצלי בכניסה בסוף היום. אני מקווה שזה יקרה. טוב, עכשיו נגן. סירה, וואי, סירה, וואי.
הסירה הזאת עובדת.
כן. שגם להם אני לפעמים עושה ריסט. וובה, מה העניינים? שאלה עונית אליך. אני מחבר מסך מוניטור לבמה אצלי. עכשיו כן, כן, כן. התקשרתי אליך בטעות מהטלפון לא נכון. יש לי שני סימים, אז חייגתי מהסים שאתה לא מכיר. סורי. אבל כן, זה אני על הבמה, יש לי את הקופסאות האלה, אני מחבר את הסירה בנטו בווידאו אאוט. וידאו אאוט. נכון. אוקיי, אז עשיתי את זה, וזה מחובר בנגן של התסירה ל-AV, נכון? AVB. כן, AVB only כתוב, כן. ואני רואה שהוא מהבהב לי ירוק והכל פיקס.
טיימר.
וזה ב-HDMI עובר לתוך הטלוויזיה.
דותן, מצגות יש לך את כולם?
יש לי אחת, אני מחפש את הבחור, גם אמרתי לצ'רמנית שתמצא לי אותו. הבחור השני שיש אחריו. בקיצור, ה-HDMI
מרטין.
מתחבר לי.
נוח.
משום מה, לא מתחבר כלום. גם כשאני עושה איפוס חיברתי באחד. כתוב עליו ARC. אני יכול לנסות לחבר לאחד אחר, אני חושב שפעם קודם הבנתי מה אתה אומר. אבל אוקיי, טוב, אתה אומר שזה צריך להיות ב-HDMI וזה מחובר בווידאו אאוט בבמה. אוקיי, טוב, אני אנסה לשחק עם הטלוויזיה. תודה.
Is that supposed to be for the speaker?
That's going to be a timer.
That's a timer?
Especially for you, Mark.
I need it.
I know.
I pick up a lot of time.
I told you, especially for you.
Yeah. You know what you really need? We have something we call the hook. You know the shepherd?
He has a gun upstairs.
That's a more
No,
it's an
Zari,
Israeli
Rishon.
solution. Or a Texan solution, I would call it. I used to tell my children that's why they have guns in Texas. Because, but
שהוא העלה, אז אולי הוא פה. מה אתה אומר, דודי?
הבחור שלי זה מרטין, והוא אמר שהוא העלה.
כן, לא, אבל... כן, אבל זה, אתה יודע, זה גם על התמונה, וזה גם
Is this
ענק.
quicker one?
זה נראה לי... works?
ליד הלחצן אש.
כן, זה יותר טוב, כי זה כאילו לא פונה למרכז הבית, אבל אפשר לשים את זה מעל הריבוע האדום הזה, וכמה שיותר צמוד לקורה.
כעיקרון זה לא תקני מבחינת הגובה. אני יכול לעשות את זה, אבל זה לא תקני מבחינת הגובה.
אם אפשרי זה עדיף, אם לא זה יותר טוב לנו, כן. תודה. רגע, עירית, אז מה את רוצה לעשות עם הראשון הזה? את אומרת שמרטין הוריד מצגת? דיוויד, not.
Novak put his up, I know. There, that's the second one.
Yes, it is.
Right.
So it's here.
There's only two in this session? Right. So far, great. Right, right. What they could do, I know what they could, yeah, right. And I want to know what those other genes are doing. I understand that. There's one that seems to have
צ'יפ לא עובד. כאילו לא מקבל סיגנל. תגיד, זה כבל HDMI ארוך? אין לך.
מה, בשביל צלם?
לא, נמשוך מפה למחשב וזהו.
מה אתה רואה שהוא מצלצל?
אם צריך נצלצל.
הוא לא הצליח?
מה? לא מצא, גם אני לא ראיתי את זה. כבל ארוך, רגע, אז בוא נפרוס את זה למעלה כבר.
אני יכול לפרוס את הכבל למעלה.
או שאפילו נשאיר את זה פה, יכיר גם ככה פה, נכון? שיכיר יעשה אותנו מפה וזהו. מפה. נשאיר את המחשב פה, נחבר את זה ישירות למסך וזהו. פנימייש? זהו, נשאיר את זה ככה.
אני הייתי מעדיף להתעסק עם דעתי מאשר
למה? תן לו,
הוא צריך לעשות את המדונות, הוא צריך לעשות את המצגת. אם הוא יצטרך לעשות את כל זה, זה ייכנס באיחור. זה כזה קריטי שזה יהיה בשנייה הנכונה,
רק לחיצה קטנה.
אני אוהב שהכל אצלי.
אבל אתה חייב לשחרר, ידידי, אחרת...
טוב, אני הולך להביא רגע את זה.
לא יהיה לנו זמן, לא כאן.
אתה אומר לוותר את זה ולהביא אותו למחשב לפה?
נראה לי, כן, כן. אתה רוצה בהפסקה הבאה...
אני אצלצל. טוב, אז ה-HDMI נשאר מחובר, את הסיר אני אשאיר. הפסקה הבאה. אוקיי. אוקיי.
Hi, everyone. We're going to start our second session of this fascinating workshop. Our next speaker will be Professor Mark Aronoff and Ayla Caracas, a graduate student from Stony Brook University. Mark Aronoff is a professor of linguistics whose work has focused on morphology, mostly in its relation to other domains of language. And he has been part of the team studying the newly emerging, newly developing Al Said Bedouin Sign Language that Wendy Sandler talked about from the beginning. And today in this talk, he'll be talking about language and evolution, a dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, okay, we're live. Okay, thanks very much. Thanks to the organizers. The three first talks are going to be a very hard act to follow. And in particular, at least one of my slides has already been presented, just to let you know. Okay, this is from the New York Times. And this is a quote from February 5th. This was the front of the food section of the New York Times from 2 weeks ago. And it says, the quote here is, "It's top free rather than topless." That's what I'm going to be talking about, at least towards the end. So basically, what I want to do is I'm going to start by talking about the interaction between linguistics and evolutionary theory at the very early points, which was already pointed out by our first speaker. Then I'm going to show how a very particular principle, which is Gauss's law of competitive exclusion, which comes from theory of evolution, how that can be applied to language. And then I'm going to give you a current example of this competitive exclusion in action. And then Ayla is going to close with basically what we have been doing for the very, very recently to using newer computational methods to try and look at this, which is really a language change in progress. And we're actually going to show that, in fact, even in language, you need a little time depth in order to see how evolution works. Language evolves much more quickly than just about anything else, but not so quickly that you can do it in real time. Okay, so this is the historical part. And basically, this is something that everybody knows, which was that Darwin's theory of evolution, which was really influenced by 19th century theories of geology, demanded very, very long time periods in order for it to function. And what he did was he substituted what I'll call unnatural data, which is the variation under domestication and selection by man. Those are titles that he gave. Very, very quickly, Schleicher realized that there was data from language that could help in this. And what's interesting is that Schleicher was a friend of Ernst Haeckel, who was a very, very famous Darwinian proselytizer. And they had met at the university in Jena, in Germany, and had a lifelong conversation, which, if the slide is really too hard to read, but it basically says an open letter to Professor Haeckel. And I've just got pictures here of another lifelong conversation. If you don't recognize these people, that's Noam Chomsky up there and Morris Halley, who worked together for about 60 years, and they've got this beautiful sequence of photographs. So Darwin's problem, which is well known, is that he had no tangible evidence for his theory. And in fact, it's only very recently that biologists have been able to do evolution in very, very real time. And the most famous is this project of Richard Lenski that he's been engaged in for about 20 years. And here is a recent result from that. But so Schleicher wrote a book in German, which was translated quite quickly into English as Darwinism Tested by the Science of Language. And basically what he noted was that language could provide, through written documents, actual historical records of this natural phenomenon. Now, if we assume, and this is a big assumption, but you could argue with it, but I don't think it's crazy in the 19th century. If you assume that language is an organism of nature, then linguistic evolution should be a test bed for how evolution works. So these are some quotations from Schleicher. And I'll just read the last one. He says, "The rules now, which Darwin lays down with regard to the species of animals and plants, are equally applicable to the organisms of language. That is to say, as far as the main features are concerned." And I think actually people still believe that today. And then he gives his actual examples, which conveniently actually Professor Atkinson showed us that that you can construct this sort of equivalent of speciation for languages. The difference being in the 19th century that we actually had the language data, whereas we did not have the biological data. Now, just offhand, Darwin actually approved of this idea. He thought it was a good idea. And there is a quote from The Descent of Man, which is published it's 12 years actually after The Origins, in which he says, a struggle for life is constantly going. He's actually quoting somebody, but I'll read the last line, which is the most important to me, which is, the survival or preservation of certain favored words in the struggle for existence is natural selection. So that is what he is saying. Okay? Just a brief interlude on trees. This is Darwin's tree that we saw. These are some linguistic trees. This is actually the only tree that ever appeared, the only actual tree that appears in Origins, and it's a purely hypothetical tree. There's no data attached to it. It's a beautiful fold out. If you've read Origins, it's the only page that folds out in the book. This, of course, is a family tree. What's nice about this one here is that the one on the, I guess it's your right, so is actually the tree that Schleicher's colleague that he was writing the letter to. If you remember, he had an open letter to Haeckel. That's Haeckel's tree, which looks like a tree. So it's kind of fun. Okay, now we're going to move to the sort of heart of the matter. We're going to look at what's called the principle of competitive exclusion. So this was a principle that was formulated by Gause, who was a Russian biologist. The book was actually published in English. He spent his entire life in the Soviet Union, but this was his entire career. This is a book published in English when he was 24 years old, by the way. We should all be so lucky. In which he formulated what he called the competitive exclusion principle, and this is the competitive exclusion principle, which basically says when two species compete for exactly the same resources, one will succeed. And that either the less efficient species will become extinct locally, or just as likely, there will be some adaptive change. So in that case, the requirements change slightly so that two can change. So that's, in a way, it's one of the ways in which you get speciation. It's a famous example of, at least in North America, the distinction, the differentiation between red squirrels and gray squirrels. Now, importantly, this does not include only language. It extends pretty much to everything. This is the definition. This is why Pluto is no longer a planet, is because of Gauss's law. Pluto has not cleared its path, so the competitive exclusion has not been completed, right? Only one team can win the World Cup, and only one person can win the Eurovision Song Contest, and this person may be familiar to some people in this audience. Okay, what about in language? So this is something that I've been working on for most of my career, actually. So let's take two words, expressiveness and expressivity. Well, they're both formed on the same base, which is expressive. And the question is, well, these are the equivalent, those two suffixes, ness and ity, are the equivalent of two species competing for the same resource. And Gauss's law says that that can't go on forever because one of them has to win. And so the question is, how does it win? Now, the actual suffixes in any language emerge in various ways, but they have to somehow resolve their competition. So in the simplest case, one of the suffixes will simply disappear. And it's a very long story, but I will just show you a graph. So these are interesting because both of these suffixes have been borrowed from French into English. This is data from the Oxford English Dictionary, which lists the date of the first occurrence of words. And what you can see is basically that the solid line is words in ity, and the broken line is words in met. And what you see basically is that they compete with one another for a while, and in the end, ity drives out met. So what does that mean? It means that we don't form new words in ment anymore. We still have words like that around in the language, but the species, if we think of the suffix as a kind of a species, and if we think of new words in terms of reproduction, then that species is extinct. It is no longer making new words, right? All right, here is another case, which is ity and ness. And here what happens is they both survive, but they actually acquire different niches, or niches, depending on what you like to say. We could discuss that at great length, but much later. What you see basically is that ity survives. Ness overall is much more productive than ity, so there are only 2/3 as many ity words overall as there are ness words. But ity survives in certain niches. So if a word ends in ick, then the icity word is almost 7 times as likely as the ick word. So if I say specific, then specificity is 7 times more likely than specificness. And we've tested this. It's very easy to test this experimentally with real people. You just give them words and ask them, is this an English word? And they are 7 times more likely to say that lussicness or something is an English word than lussicity. I just made that one up, okay? All right, so now we are getting to the end. And we're going to be talking about a current struggle. So we have a struggle for existence between two English suffixes. These are very interesting because they're both very ancient words. So both less and free, if you know German,
They exist in German, los and frei in German. So they've been around for thousands of years. But it so happens that free, though it was been a suffix in German for a long time, has not been a suffix in English for very long. All right, this was all started by a television ad that I noticed, in which, and it's a Dyson vacuum cleaner, and the Dyson vacuum cleaner was advertised as being cord-free. And I'm like, what? Right? So I start digging around, and these are, Dyson ads and in the Dyson ads themselves, they list both cordless and cord-free. I say, so both are possible, but competitive exclusion, Gauss's law says there's got to be a difference between cordless and cord-free. So is the difference distribution? Is the difference in meaning? What's going on? So first thing I do, I go to the OED online, great tool for linguists, and I discover that the OED lists 1,600 words ending in less. But they only list 22 words ending in free, right? So I said, whoa, that's like 80 to 1, right? So I looked for the free words, and these are just some examples. These are all of them, actually, because there are only 22 of them. I think I excluded one or two because they weren't really free words. So what is going on? So, all right. This is the OED definition, right? So child-free is particularly interesting because it says, actually, I should have had, so compare actually childless and child-free. So basically what the free word says is that not having something is actually, well, the way to say it in simple English is that not having X is a good thing. And I've gotten a little technical here, but the point of what's going on here, and we can do this in formal semantics, and I won't bother, this is what we call a secondary entailment. It's a perfectly well-known, well-behaved thing. And what it says basically is that free is better than less. Having free is better than less. And you could tell that because, so that's sort of the answer to cordless versus cord-free vacuum cleaner. And you could see this because there are certain things which, if you don't have them, it can't be a good thing. So here are some examples. These are my favorite ones. All right. It's hard to imagine being tongue-free. I mean, because that's not a good thing. Or mouth-free, or eye-free, or lip-free, or nose-free. And for that reason, speakers of English, lipless is perfectly fine. Earless is perfectly fine. Maybe even mouthless is perfectly fine. But the free equivalent is not, because the free word has this additional meaning added to it, right? So the point is that speakers do not coin these words because they have a meaning which really is not useful, right? So remember, what we predict is that the two suffixes will coexist if one acquires a different meaning, and that's what we've shown is that free has acquired this different meaning. All right, well, how did we collect the data? I'm going to show you about half of that, and then Isla will talk about the other half. So basically, what we did is that we went online, and so we looked at, so this is the OED. You could see many more less words. But if we go online and actually manually look for the free equivalents, we find that there's actually, for almost 70% of those less words, there exists a free word. Okay? So here's the sort of thing that we look at. This is what we actually find when we go online. These are actual citations. By the way, all of this is curated by hand. I don't recommend doing it. It is very, very hard work because you have to exclude certain types of words like trademarks and hashtags, and also you want to make sure that this is native speakers who are doing this, so it is a difficult task. But some of these pairs are, I think, quite beautiful. In particular, I like this egg-free versus eggless. But all right, so now I'm going to hand the mic over to Ayla, who will tell you what we are doing right now using other methods.
Okay. Is this working? I guess so. Okay. So, hello, I am Ayla Karakas, and let's see. So, what the undergrads have done was manually go in and like check OED and Google Books for examples of free and less words, and they're like, maybe their context, maybe not. It's actually pretty difficult to find those, especially when you're looking through Google Books where you're, or like Google Ngrams, where you're just getting like the frequencies that you find them over Google. So what, we have a nice data set, but this is a very small data set. And the problem with anything you try to do in natural language processing is that our results and our like conclusions are pretty much restricted to how informative our data set is. So in order to expand the data set, I thought that it might be valuable, since this is a morphological change that occurs in informal speech, and stuff like Google Books is restricted to digitized text, so more formal. How can we see what's going on in what people are actually doing? So in order to do that, I looked at a Reddit database provided by pushshift.io, and there is approximately a terabyte worth of Reddit comments, ranging from 2005, which is when Reddit started, and up to 2019. So the benefit of using this is that we can directly search for novel forms ending in free or less. And doing this also gives us a salient context for like what kind of sentences are people using these forms in. Using that information, we might be able to understand better if these forms actually have a positive connotation as we expect. So one of my particularly favorite examples that we didn't have in the original data set is the sentence hangover free. So another hangover free morning, I will not drink today even though my crazy in-laws are coming over for lunch. Then we have this other version, hangoverless. Not drinking today, enjoying my hangoverless morning and my use it or lose it vacation day home from work. So this particular instance doesn't necessarily tell you which one is more positive, but something interesting that I did find was that there were significantly more hangover-free examples in the data than hangoverless. So maybe there's something about that word that makes it particularly good to not have a hangover. So I tried to kind of replicate the analysis that the undergrads did, just for comparison, and found that now we have significantly more data, close to 70,000 less forms and 35,000 free forms, as opposed to 1,620. And I found that actually there are less forms with free counterparts than when we had a smaller size of data. I'm not making any conclusions about this yet. What I was more interested in, speaking to the evolutionary aspect of this study, is are we seeing these free forms appearing more frequently, and is that forming some correlation with the decline of usage of less? And as it turns out, using term frequency, which is just the number of terms that you find, the number of times that term T occurs in a document over the number of words in the document overall, then do we find this correlation? Actually,
similarly to what Darwin found about biological evolution, we don't have enough time depth to make such conclusions. So this actually motivates that, A, we can track these things now that we have the amazing resource of the internet and all the data accompanying it, but we need to kind of keep an eye on it. This is only 10 years. These changes, as you saw with the IDI and NES examples, take decades to centuries to actually form a meaningful relationship. So future approaches would include like different statistical analyses and such. I didn't do too much normalization here, and there are some issues in the data that make this a bit difficult. For example, as Mark mentioned, product names like Nike Free, you can't automatically eliminate these examples because we have issues with word boundaries and stuff like that. Lexical conflict, like if a form like get out of jail free appears, there's nothing inherent in that that shows me that that's not the free that I'm looking for, but this is completely unrelated. And then we find like URL segments where they just have some free in a URL. That one's actually easy to get rid of automatically, but it would still be important to have someone going in and manually reducing these, just because it's hard to do that automatically. So future work will include that cleanup, as well as performing sentiment analysis now that we actually have contexts for these forms, and see if they have actual positive connotations, as well as exploring different statistical approaches, and including more recent data. The interesting thing about these databases is that because, so if you look at like 2006, those files are like, for the whole year, maybe some 500 megabytes or something. In the recent years, like 2018 and 2019, each month contains around like 17 gigabytes of comments. So that can impact a bit, but again, we need a lot more time. And then other things to explore might be, for example, what I said about hangover, what is the ratio between these forms? Can we maybe find some averaged comparison between the two? And if so, what does that mean? But right now, we're just saying that our conclusion is inconclusive, and these are preliminary results. But yeah, so thank you.
So if there are questions, raise your hands.
So Reddit community users versus the whole population, is there a way to test to what extent they use a richer language or more innovative words? Like if you compare Google Books to Reddit, is it generally similar?
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So what Isla pointed out is that the Reddit corpus and these other corpora that are available, if you can get at them, are informal language. Books, by definition, are formal in the sense that they were written down, that they were, whereas they were written as published objects. So we are assuming, I think correctly, that the innovation that's happening, the innovative terms, and those are the ones that we're looking for, are much more likely to occur in internet data. I mean, they most likely occur in speech, but that's a whole different ballpark. But I think that all of these new things like Reddit and Facebook and all of that stuff, those are real gold mines for people who are looking at these lexical competitions. I guess to me the most important thing is that the lexical competitions are easily framed within this very, very simple evolutionary framework, and that now we actually have the data to be able to look at that sort of stuff.
I had a potentially interesting comment that already in George Orwell's 1984, where he develops Newspeak, I think, I'm quite sure they're using the word free already in this kind of cynical way to replace less as part of the Newspeak language that they're developing. Potentially an interesting connection.
Yeah, that is a nice example, yeah.
Time for one last question.
Okay, so I'm wondering your application of the exclusivity principle from biology to language, does it really hold? Because in biology, an ecological niche can support a limited amount of individuals, and hence is the struggle and exclusivity, etc. But in language, it might not apply as is. I could imagine that in order to increase expressivity or expressiveness of a language by a speaker, they would actually sustain two alternatives and maybe even use that in order to impress or to signal some intellectual ability to use more complex language. So exclusivity might not necessarily be featured in language. In fact, I think it could be that if two speakers of a language, one is actually surrendering to exclusivity and uses a simpler language than another, then by exclusivity applied to the selection between the two of them, the one that actually does not use exclusivity would be selected for in a society or in a population. So I'm wondering if this is indeed a case where a principle in biology actually is manifested in language, or maybe it is actually not manifested.
Well, of course, I'm going to say that it is, because my entire life depends on it. But, you know, there are many ways to talk about language. So in one sense, you could say this only applies in the language of one speaker or in the language of one community. So I gave you the niche example. So I have a good friend, Doug Fatuma. Some of you may have heard his name because he's the author of a standard textbook on evolutionary theory for universities. And he says that he only uses niche, and he regards anybody who uses niche as either not really an evolutionary biologist or a Brit. So these things compete within communities, and I would say that this should apply with, if we're talking about these small communities. The other thing that I think is nice is that in many of these cases, both will survive, but they will survive with different meanings. There are a few cases, very, very few cases, and I haven't talked about synonyms. So there's a general principle that was actually formulated in the 18th century by a French writer who said that he does not believe that there are any synonyms in any language. And I've looked at that, and I think he's right. That what seem to be synonyms are usually slightly different in their distribution. And I think just the absence of synonyms in general is another really nice example of the law of competitive exclusion at work. But if you want, I'll give another talk about synonyms, but that would be but I can refer you to work on that. But thank you.
Thank you very much. We're out of time for questions. Let's thank the speaker. And I want to introduce our next speaker, come up here, who is Martin Nowak from Harvard University. He's a professor of biology and mathematics and the director of the program for evolutionary dynamics. He's worked on the dynamics of infectious diseases, as well as on the evolution of language and cooperation. And today, he will be talking to us about one of these presentations. A topic about, guess, the evolution of language.
Thank you. The last time that I visited the Weizmann Institute was in 1991, and I had a great time here, and I remember the beautiful orange trees and the lemon trees. So it has taken me a long time to come back, and I hope my next visit will be sooner than this. My talk today will be about evolution of language, and for me, evolution is a mathematical theory. So if you talk about evolution, and I think you have an evolutionary mechanism in mind, I suspect you mean a mathematical description of that mechanism. Likewise, language is a mathematical object, and we will discuss in what sense language can be approached with mathematics. And also sort of to play Zacky's Spiel about the circle, mathematics then is a language. and the laws of nature are written in the language of mathematics. And for me, any kind of understanding is mathematical. Verbal understanding is a first step toward an ultimate understanding, which is mathematical in nature. And this is what I want to discuss. And there is a very interesting parallel, hopefully, which will become clear in my talk between a child learning language and a scientist trying to understand nature. I think we are children trying to learn the language of nature. And I will mostly talk about these two papers that were published some time ago in 2001 and in 2002. And my collaborators were Natalia Komarova and Partha Neogi. Partha was a computer scientist. He worked at Bell Labs at the time, and I was in Princeton, and it seemed to me he came out of the forest, and the institute was next to the forest. He desperately wanted to teach me about the mathematics of language, and that's what he did. And Natalia and I had an equation already ready at that time that we had interpreted differently, but that became very useful once we understood Partha's approach to language. Natalia is very well. She is a professor at the University of California in Irvine, but tragically Partha died in 2010, which was an irreplaceable loss in my life and in the scientific community. So this is also to his memory. I started to work on the evolution of language by designing models for simple signaling systems as they would appear in animal communication, where a referent is listed to a signal, and they would also be present in human language as the lexical matrix, where word meaning is linked to word form. And we have some mathematical approaches to how this comes about by evolution. So we formulate evolutionary dynamics as a group of individuals. Everyone starts with a random lexical matrix. People talk to each other. There's payoff for successful communication. Individuals produce children proportional to payoff, and children learn the lexical matrix. And in such an approach, we study how, starting from sort of random assignment between words and signals, between words and objects, we come to coherent language. Later, we also worked on the evolution of syntactic communication, so we realized that signals consist of components that have their own meaning, and we asked under which circumstances would we actually move to a language that uses syntactical structure. And this was a work with Joshua Plotkin. He's also here at this conference. And subsequently, and with Partha's influence, we moved to the study of grammar, so the evolution of grammar. So what is grammar acquisition? Grammar acquisition, as was pointed out by Chomsky, children acquire the grammar of their native language by hearing sentences. And Chomsky says this information does not uniquely determine the underlying grammatical rules, and he calls this the poverty of stimulus. And this led then to the concept of universal grammar. So Chomsky says that children could not guess the correct grammar if they had no preformed innate expectation. And this innate expectation he calls universal grammar. And in the linguistic community, this led to a controversy. And sort of it seems to me that half of the linguists very much accept universal grammar and half of the linguists reject it as a concept. But those that are mathematically coming to the topic very much accept it. And this is what I want to discuss with you today. So I want to discuss with you in what sense the claim of universal grammar is actually a mathematical theorem in language learning. So in order to do this, we take the formal approach to language. So we start with an alphabet. And an alphabet can be anything. You know, you can have like letters of Hebrew or whatever you like. You can even have the words of the lexicon as your alphabet. But here, and in mathematics and computer science, usually we use binary alphabet. Everything can be encoded binary. So our alphabet here is very small, just 2 characters, 0 and 1. And then sentences are strings of the elements of the alphabet. So then we consider the set of all sentences, the set of all possible sentences. And then a language is a subset of sentences. So the language has the property that some sentences belong to it and other sentences don't belong to it. Linguists would ask native speakers to make judgment about whether this is a sentence that sounds English or not, and this is what then the task of the linguist is to describe the native speaker. So a language is a subset of sentences. And then a finite language has a finite number of words, And an infinite language has a finite number of sentences, and an infinite language has an infinite number of sentences. There are as many finite languages as there are integers, so here we have countable infinity, but there are as many infinite languages as real numbers, so we have uncountable infinitely many infinite languages. And the one thing that linguists definitely agree on is that all human languages are infinite. So you cannot imagine a finite list of sentences that really specifies a particular language. So human languages are considered to be infinite. Then what is grammar? A grammar is a finite list of rules that specifies a language. Because it's a finite list of rules, there are as many grammars as there are integers. So therefore, there are many more languages than grammars, and most languages do not have a grammar. And a very specific restatement or interpretation of Gödel's famous theorem in mathematics is that the mathematical set cannot be described by a finite list of rules. That's actually Gödel's theorem. So the concept of a mathematical set in all generality cannot be described by a grammar. So therefore, mathematics in all generality cannot be described by a grammar. And that is one of the mind-blowing things of Gödel's result. So then we move on to realize there are different types of grammars. And here we are on the foundation sort of language and also computer science. So a simple kind of grammar is a finite state grammar, and a finite state grammar is sort of formulated in rewrite rules, and these rewrite rules can be written by finite state automata. Finite state automata are machines, they're simple machines where you go from one state to the next, emitting a symbol of the alphabet. But more general than this is a context-free grammar, and in a context-free grammar, you allow broader rewrite rules, so the placeholders can also appear in the midst of strings as they're being rewritten, and they give rise to context-free languages. More general than this would be context-sensitive grammar, where placeholders can be rewritten depending on the context they appear in. And this led then to the understanding that there's an equivalence between languages, grammars, and machines, and this led to the Chomsky hierarchy. And in the Chomsky hierarchy, we have, on one hand, languages, then we have grammars, and then we have machines. Machine in the sense of finite state automata, or Turing machine in the most general way. So an unrestricted grammar, which is just any string can be rewritten as any other string, is a so-called phrase structure grammar, is equivalent to a Turing machine. And in the most general way, this is the set of computable languages, and a subset of that would be decidable languages. So for decidable languages, there would be a Turing machine where you can feed any input, and after some time, the machine would say yes or no, it belongs or it doesn't belong. But more general than this would be either it would enumerate all the sentences that do belong, or it enumerates all the sentences that do not belong. This is related to the halting problem that Turing identified. So the Chomsky hierarchy is then this nested sets. And the most general is the unrestricted rewrite rule, or the phrase structure grammar, and then subset of this is context-sensitive, subset context-free, subset regular. And most linguists agree that human languages are mildly context-sensitive. So they are not really captured by finite state automata, and they are more powerful than context-free grammars, but they don't need the whole repertoire of context-sensitive, but some repertoire of context-sensitive. So they are mildly context-sensitive. So we have now a mathematical approach to what a language is and what a grammar is, and now we have to ask, what is learning? What does it mean to learn something? And here we have learning theory. Learning theory, now we really want to describe the child that tries to learn the rules of the language. The parents do not explain the rules of the language because the native speaker doesn't know the rules of the language in any way that could be explained. So the children only learn from examples. So therefore, we have to come up with the notion of a text. A text of a language is a list of sentences. But you have to say that each sentence could in principle occur, because otherwise you don't give a fair representation of that language. But then we immediately denote the first n sentences in that list, in that text. And now a learning algorithm for language is a mapping from text to language. So the child gets text as input, and specifies language as output. That's the task that needs to be solved by the child learner. The notion of learnability is then that the language L is learnable by an algorithm A if for all texts of L, the algorithm will eventually specify the correct language. So it cannot depend on the text. It has to be independent of the particular text. But each text has to be a fair representation of the language. So you then say that the algorithm can learn that language if for every text of that language it specifies the correct language as an output. So we need to do more than this because we have to have the question that a set of languages is learnable by an algorithm if each element in that set is learnable by this algorithm. So then you can say you have an algorithm for learning language. The human brain instantiates an algorithm for learning language. That algorithm takes input. The input could be English or Hebrew, or it could be other languages, and then the child somehow produces a representation of that language. So this is what is somehow happening in a child learner. And then a very famous mathematical theorem that was formulated in the 60s, it's called Gold's theorem. The set of all regular languages cannot be learned by any algorithm. So there's no algorithm that could learn the set of all regular languages, and therefore there's no algorithm that can learn a superset of all regular languages. So now again, what is human language learning? The human brain certainly contains an algorithm that can learn language. The question is, what is the set of languages that can be learned by this algorithm? And that set must be a subset of the Chomsky hierarchy, and in particular a subset that cannot contain regular languages. So some kind of subset. The theory of this set is universal grammar. So universal grammar is a theory of a list of grammars that is learnable by the human brain. And in that sense, universal grammar is a mathematical necessity. Because blank slate learning is impossible when it comes to grammar. Grammar is inductive inference. You have to learn from example to rule. This type of learning, as opposed to memorization, cannot succeed with blank slate. You can only succeed if you have innate preformed constraints. And in my opinion, the same applies to the scientist who wants to understand the language of nature. So then, now we go to evolution of universal grammar, and we ask the question, what criteria does universal grammar have to fulfill to induce linguistic coherence in a population, to allow language adaptation, to admit localization in language space? In genetic evolution, we have this famous example of the error threshold. The error threshold is a criterion that allows genetic evolution to succeed on a fitness landscape. So we want to find here the same equivalent. What is the constraint that universal grammar has to impose such that there can be adaptation in the space of languages? So grammar acquisition can then be modeled as there's an environmental input. The environmental input are sample sentences. There's a learning procedure. The learning procedure chooses among candidate grammars. And you can think that the restriction is a finite number of candidate grammars. It doesn't have to be finite, but here let us assume it is finite. So the search space is finite in my example, but we could also formulate theories with infinite search space, as long as there's constraint. So then we have the notion of a compatibility of two grammars. They have an overlap, and there's a parameter that will show up in this equation, which is the probability that somebody who uses grammar I says a sentence that is compatible with grammar J. So then the payoff for successful communication is precisely this, that you use grammar I use grammar J. What's the probability that you say something that I understand? What's the probability that I say something that you understand? And we average over that situation. That's the payoff of the game we are playing. Then we write down the language equation, and it's a mixture between a quasi-species equation in genetics and an evolutionary game dynamics equation. And xi here is the frequency of speakers of grammar I. And then the fitness of speakers of grammar I is the payoff that they get when they talk to others in the population. And then Qij is the probability that a learner will acquire grammar J from a teacher with grammar I. And the parameter phi is the average fitness in biology, but it's also the grammatical coherence. It is the probability that a random speaker will say a sentence that is understood by another random speaker. So we use this equation to first study a very symmetric case. Here we have the situation where all grammars are equally good. All grammars have the same distance from each other. And the parameter Q that shows up in this learning matrix is the accuracy of grammar acquisition, so the probability that you learn the correct grammar from a teacher. So when we analyze this equation, we have a bifurcation diagram here, depending on the accuracy of grammar acquisition, if that increases. So if it is too small, the only solution in the system is that all sort of the candidate grammars are equally likely. So this is linguistic confusion. Nobody understands somebody else. But if the accuracy of grammar acquisition goes a certain threshold, then solutions appear where there is a dominant language that is fixed in the population. So this is a localization in the space of languages. This was for the very special case, but we go to a more general case. So in a more general case, we use now that this overlap between grammars is a random number. We use random matrix theory. And we have to specify a particular learner. So we don't know how the child learns, but I can give you two learners. One is certainly a lower bound, and the other one is an upper bound for the child learner. So whatever humans do, they are not as naive as the so-called memoryless learner. And the memoryless learner starts with a randomly chosen grammar in the search space, stays with current grammar as long as sentences are compatible, changes to a different grammar if a sentence is not compatible, and stops after n sentences. It's called memoryless because it would go back to entertain a hypothesis it already has rejected. So the idea is to have a lower bound. It still is a consistent learner because once it holds the correct hypothesis, it will not change its mind. So this is then a numerical solution of that equation where the learning period in sample sentences increases. And at first we have solutions where all grammars are kind of equally likely, and then particular grammars start to dominate in the population. And now the next learner, I give you a learner that is certainly better than what human children could ever do, and this is the batch learner. So the batch learner is like Jorge Luis Borges' man with infinite memory. Memorize n sentences. The child memorizes all sentences it hears, and at the end it picks a grammar from the search space that is consistent with all those sentences. So that whatever the brain does, it's not as good as that. And so amazingly, the coherence threshold for linguistic adaptation for the memoryless learner is that the number of sample sentences has to be greater times a constant times n log n, where n is the size of the universal grammar, the size of the search space. And the batch learner is the number of candidate grammars has to be greater than the size of the search space. So the difference between the absolute lower bound and the upper bound is actually just log n in terms of the amount of linguistic information the child needs in order to learn the language. So this coherence threshold specifies a relationship between the duration of language acquisition and the complexity of universal grammar. And it determines if universal grammar can induce coherent language in a population. And it determines if universal grammar allows adaptation of language for increased communicative function and learnability. And in the very end, my last slide, I will give you one example sort of to estimate how much the child could actually learn in the learning period. So we made this very simple calculation. Let's suppose the child receives 10 to the 8 sentences in its childhood. So this is 8 years of learning, 12 hours of continuous talk per day, and 1 sentence per second. It's quite an intense childhood, but sort of we take it. And that, interestingly, this allows you to set 26 independent binary parameters. So with this amount of information, the child could only set 26 independent binary parameters. So it's a theory formulated by Chomsky of principle and parameter, where language has principles, and every principle comes with a parameter that needs to be set by learning. And this could be a binary parameter. For example, nouns are case marked or not. If these parameters are independent, and in reality they're not independent, but if they were independent, then sort of what you could learn with this inductive inference would be 26 independent binary parameters. So once again, what I find fascinating about this approach is really to realize whenever we learn the rules of something, either of nature or of language, from examples. So we get examples and we have to learn the rules. We can only do this if we start the process with constraint. This applies to the scientist, and this applies to the the child who learns as a native speaker language. This applies to any human understanding. So there is no such thing as blank slate learning when it comes to understand laws of nature. And therefore, the whole enterprise of doing science is not open-minded as we think. And science is not an objective ultimate description of reality, but it's something that arises at the interface of the limitation of the human brain and nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have about 8 minutes for questions. Okay, great. I'll abuse my power and I'll ask the first question. So as someone who studies child language acquisition, I had a few questions, but the main one was, it seems that this approach is built on the premise that we can identify what is in universal grammar. But 70 years after the original formulation, there is no agreed consensus about what can be contained in it, and more from that, not even for a specific language. We don't have a grammar for English, let alone a grammar that can explain the diversity of the world's languages. And in many ways, in linguistics, the turn is to say actually the diversity, like in biological systems, is the key, not the conformity to a few specified principles. So I was wondering what your take is on that.
So I completely agree with you, and you have pointed out, and other linguists have pointed out also, that the program of Chomsky failed insofar as to identify what exactly is that universal grammar. And interestingly, I cannot at all speak to that problem. I can only say there has to be a universal grammar, but mathematics so far in that approach does not help you what the nature of the universal grammar is. So we can only prove there has to be one, but we can't really say how it looks like or what it is. That would be the task of the linguist.
Okay, you can continue.
Thank you for the talk. I actually wanted to speak to the constrained space in the sense that there's a hypothesis that language is actually constrained more than what was posited here, that most natural language patterns that we know of can actually be modeled within the regular languages. Like there are the finite languages within them, but the regular languages actually make use of a finite state space in order to generate infinite languages. So I was wondering, like, do you think that we actually need constraint space beyond regular languages, and why? Just even in syntax, we've found that like these things are bound to the representations of language that we have. If we look at strings, then yeah, it's totally like at least context sensitive. But over trees of specific formalisms, we find that like we can actually model them regularly.
So we don't need, we don't have to insist that human languages are more than regular. Even if they would be a subset of regular, we would still have the same result, that there is a fundamental constraint, otherwise you cannot infer the rules. So this applies also to the subset of regular languages which are finite languages. And the way, the intuition, how I always bring this in, maybe I can show you actually. So the very simple, there's one slide I have somewhere. So for me, this is the fundamental intuition. Let's suppose we are talking about a very simple world. You know, there are only 4 sentences in this world. And there are 2 types of learners. There's learner A and there's learner B. And learner A thinks that all 16 languages that you can make with these 4 sentences are possible there in the search space. And learner B has a restricted search space and for some reason considers only 2 of those 16 languages. Now, when learner A receives a sentence as an example, for example, learner A receives the information that sentence 2 is permissible. Learner A does not get any information with respect to sentence 1, 3, and 4 because the search space is not constrained. So the idea that a child learner, by hearing a particular sentence, gets information about another sentence, yes or no, in the language, is only compatible with a restricted search space. And that's clearly what is an element of language learning, that you hear an example, and that example does not only tell you about the example itself, but it also tells you about something else. And that is that is inductive inference. And this is why inductive inference requires a restricted search space. So another way to put this, in intelligence tests, amusingly, very often people sort of, you see 4 numbers and you have to extend the sequence. And people somehow agree there's a particular way to extend the sequence, there's a right answer. Mathematicians actually know that any finite sequence can be extended in infinitely many ways. So the only thing why we believe there's a right answer is because we have a restricted search space.
Right, so 2 points I had like last year, it's not a question, just your opinion, regarding the hierarchy. So first of all, like thought is not contained in the hierarchy, right? General thought is not context sensitive or context free. It might be something much more expressive. It can do like mathematical theorems. It might be a general Turing machine. You don't know really it's just like what's easy for the brain to do, right? That's like the Chomsky hierarchy, and the thought is that maybe it's a little bit constrained by the computer metaphor, okay? Like it cutting through it, it might be like much more natural to think of it as just neural nets, okay? It's a neural nets, because like one layer of a neural net would be a finite state automaton, right? And maybe like several layers might be context-free grammars, and maybe modules can generate context sensitive, right? So maybe like looking at it through a different lens would make it a lot clearer.
I mean, I presented gold learning as one learning theory, and there are other learning theories. There's sort of statistical learning theory by Wapnick, there's probably almost correct by Les Valiant. All of those learning theories have the same result, that you have this innate, you have to have this restriction. So there is no such thing as unrestricted learning. So also a neural network can actually not do unrestricted learning, but comes with a particular prior. So I have never seen a way sort of to go out of that general result that this learning is a restricted learning.
Thank you, Martin. I would like to ask you about the correlation between the genome and human language, and it's related to some of your comments. Do you believe that the genome looks very much like a language, with ACTG, with translation, with transcription, with reverse transcription, with molecules that proofread, etc.? We are talking in language. Do you believe that this is the case because we are analyzing the genome and we already have our linguistic kind of mindset, if you want, within our brain? Or do you believe that our language is a reflection of the genome, which was ab initio a linguistic system? Or do you believe that both human language and the genome are some type of logical, mathematical, if you want, axiomatic systems similar to what you've showed us today?
I believe 1 and 3 out of those 3 possibilities. But I think that everything that we humans do and are is derivative of language. The one thing that is really difficult is language, and compared to language, everything else is easy. So mathematical talent is easy. Even Mozart, is a derivative of language. It's like a native speaker of music. So the one really hard thing that the brain is doing is language, and all other human activity is derivative of this. And so the way how we see the world is derivative of this, in some sense.
Yeah, thank you very much for your talk. I'm here. Something that is very, very basic to this entire way of thinking, all the way from the early Chomsky to what you're talking about, is the assumption of infinity. Languages are infinite. And I think that, I represent, I think, quite a good bunch of people over the years who have been thinking that this idea that languages are infinite, this is the basic mistakes that drives you to the types of conclusions that then find themselves, coming into confrontation with the work that we linguists do, in which we consistently find that there's nothing that we can call Eugene languages. There's something that you can say about mathematics that you cannot say about language, just because language is a human property, it's a property of humans, either a property of communities or a property of individuals. And while there is sense to saying that you can have as long a mathematical expression as you want and you can always add something more, when it comes to people, flesh and blood, there's always going to be a limit to what you're going to be able to do with recursion and so on. And unless you abstract language away from everything that is human and thus make it infinite, you leave it at the level of you can do a lot with language, you can have an enormous amount of sentences, but not infinite. And if you don't have the infinite stuff there, then the entire argument, I think, becomes rather unnecessary. So what would you say about this line of argument?
So I have been asking myself very much this question when I really thought about learning theory, because in the way how these theories are formulated, infinity seems to be a very necessary mathematical ingredient. So I ask myself if this is really kind of splitting the hair between different infinities and may not really have the implication in the natural world that I would want it to have. But for me, this is actually the answer. This slide is the answer. So if you want to go away from this necessity of the constraint, then you really have to, then you are formulating actually a world, even in this completely small finite case, you're formulating a world where the only kind of learning you have is memorization. So then if you say, I have no innate constraint, then the learning that you're describing is memorization where you do not learn anything from one example with respect to another example. And that's completely contrary to human experience. So that would require constraint. So as soon as you learn from one example to another example, that requires the constraint. And that's the only point that I can make mathematically. And so that is, if you imagine children who are taught mathematics, so very often you teach an example, you teach another example, and then you ask, so what is the rule? And that is precisely only possible with innate constraint. So that's possible for learner B, but not for learner A, even in a small finite system. If you say you don't believe in anything that is universal grammar, you are left with memorization, and nobody could argue that children learn language by memorization, because then they could not form sentences they have not heard.
Let's thank our speaker and continue this discussion over lunch, and I think we'll reconvene at 1:30.
רוצה שאני פשוט אגיד לצלם לא לצלם, ואז נשאיר את השידור פנוי? הוא יודע לא לצלם.
כן, אולי נעדיף להפסיק.
מה זאת אומרת? באמת להשתים, אני יודע.
אז אני לא יודע. זה מיקרופון, כן, זה פה. עירית?